Just find the right place in the program, make the appropriate change, and we'll run the whole thing again.
Speech is still very complicated. Music is simpler.
Is that a question?
Yes.
The question is futile.
My interpretation of the data leaves little room for error. The art of leadership is delegation.
That information is not available. This constitutes all available data.
You know what they say, no good deed goes unpunished.
How do you do? How do you do? How do you do? Good evening. Good evening. Anyway, so it's just a random UI works. Whatever takes me fancy. So who knows where this is going to go. We've got a bit of tidying up to do on the top bit. So I've had an idea of what to do for the display. We need to give it a name, so we know which one we're in. But I don't want to take up any screen real estate up, so I might place something here, a little in the similar colour, just telling you what it is. Can you tell what it is? Yes. Yeah. Anyway, so let's get on with it. Let's just open up the program, the editor. So let's just get on with it. I've got to do work on it, so I might as well do it. I've been inundated with Visual Studio wanting to do updates, which we don't want. Anyway, so last time, yesterday, was tired, and we just got into this, and we can still see some transceiver modes. So we need to get rid of some of these transceiver modes. Let's just see if we've got some audio, and the fan is not killing the audio. We don't want. We seem to be okay. Right, anyway, let's get on. Don't know what the channels are like tonight, we'll have a look in a bit. So we're going to go from main display mode. Now the transceiver modes, I will have a look at this, because the problem I've got now is the function menu. Yeah, so we need to know when the function menu is on, but it's no longer in a tab list. So I suppose we could just move function menu up the list, and we'll put it here, and I'll give it some weird value like 99. So, and we've got to get rid of that one. So we've still got function menu, but we've moved it up the list. So we go from main to station scope. Now, do we want to go straight to, yeah, station scope probably. Then we've got noise filters. So while I'm listening, I might want to apply some noise filters before I'm scanning. Now, do I want to go from main to noise filter, then pass over to station scope? So anyway, I think we'll bring the noise filters up. So we'll leave it as it is for now. We'll leave it as it is. We've got an extra one called test. Right, we'll leave it like that. So we'll need renumber it 101. So we're just going to renumber the struct. Okay, we're going to jump from there to 99, and that gives us the ability to rename stuff and that. So anyway, so we'll go back to this bit, and so we're going to go from main to station scope, from station scope to noise filters. Noise filters no longer go into function menu, so we want to change that. No, we never want to go to function menu because we don't need it anymore. So we go to noise filter. We're going to go to CW decoder. Okay, straight to the decoder for now. and we get rid of function menu. We don't never want to select function menu because we've got that. Have I just cut that? So like, noise filter, decoder, test. So test and test, and back to main. So we don't need to do another test. So if it's test, we go back to main. So put that there. So back to the start. So we need to get rid of this one. And we never want to do function. So we start from 0, we go to 1, then to 2, then to 3, then to 4, and back to 0. Okay. Let's see if that works. So we should never see, when we're pressing F, the function. So we only want to see that when we press our multifunction knob. Right, so, and also I keep dragging that up there, so I'm going to get it to start up there actually in a minute. So I'll go toggle it. You want to see, so you've got station, we need to sort that out. And we've got function, oh, it's still saying functions when it's not functions, so we've got something else tracking it. Filters. Oh, it's the tab, it's bringing it up from the tab. CW decoder and main. So we need to remove the filters tab. So I'll get it up on this display. Acid cows. I do, mate. Welcome, acid cows. Yeah, we're alright. It's a little bit warm, but not as warm as it was, so bearable at the minute in there. Bearable. Are you okay? Trust you're okay. Yeah, so we're just doing, what are we doing today? Some general works. We'll go in the direction, whatever takes your fancy. There's a lot of work to do, so I mean, we could go down the mundane of working on a single item until it's finished. But this is going to be morphing and changing as we go. First I was going to try to create a like for like of the 891, but now we've gone with an FT-710 function system and display. Some of it doesn't make sense anymore, so we'll put as much as we can in to make it a standard rig. Whether we use some of it is another story. And so what I'll do is, it's a bit warm here today too, 34 degrees, so yeah. Wow, I really like the dark mode you added. Yes. I say originally I was trying to mimic the actual radio, but it didn't make sense to mimic it and lose the colours. So I've amalgamated the look of the 891 with the menu system of an FT-710 or the very latest FTX1 kind of thing, whatever it is, 101 DX, whatever it is, MP, all them other ones, their dearer version, FTX10 and all that lot. So obviously these colours can be changed, but I mean, we don't want to concentrate on that just yet. We want something that looks right. So at the minute I just need this to appear a bit back up the top, so it's going to be startup location center screen. Take the best of both. Yeah, that's it. So I've got some good ideas. So I was going to maintain this screen and then a smaller one, and then it was doubling up information and doubling up functions. And I thought, well, really, the 710 just has the top bit. So what's the only thing confusing to me? Hang on, let's just get this onto full size. Oh, it's not having it today. Oh. See that? It's actually beating me. Right. So yeah, I want to just shove this up. See that the end of this meter here or the end of this, I want that to be my top level. So the window all shows this, no matter what window you're in, apart from the function, which takes up the full screen, the function menu. But this knob has got to do bring up the function menu. When you're in the function menu, it takes you, scrolls around it, and then when you click on a function, we've got to work out whether we scroll up and down or click on it and it opens up a little window. But then this menu has got to navigate up and down the options. Maybe. So anyway, so I need to keep this area clear just here. We want some labels for the station scope here that you can click on. They're more than just labels, they're buttons. And we want a direct way of changing the watts. This is a bit mad, so anyway, let's just run it up. Are we ready to run it up? Yeah, there's something else tracking here, the transceiver mode. So I need to work out what is tracking. It's not easy to work it out. So I've made the title, working on the UI, and yeah, because if I, like last stream, I actually said what I was doing and I never actually got round to doing it. I was going to be doing these buttons, so it made a bit of a mockery of the title. That was the plan, but then it took so long to finish this other bit that yeah, and it was the heat and all the rest of it. So I want to implement the wattage that changes. If I get to 100, it's got to change colour towards the red, and so you can see it at a glance, but I don't want to confuse this. I was thinking of a tiny little border. So you've got your main. See, on the FT-891D, they've got what they call main and sub. So me VFO-A and VFO-B. It's quite confusing. Not sure if you had this issue with your own, but if you have the DNR on and then change band, it turns the DNR off and you have to turn it back on. Would it be nice if you could do something to fix? Okay. Yeah. Well, if you operate it from the software, whatever we do when we change band, we could force it to reinstate the DNR. So if it's on in the software here, so in the channel, we've created a memory slot, which is basically it's a dictionary of rig states. So the first two entries are going to be VFO-A and B. After then, you can have as many as you want, but after then it'll be memory locations. And maybe just during each band change, check the status of the DNR and see if its state changed during the band change. Yeah, change it back. Yeah, could do some logic like that. Yeah, that's possible. We'll have to try and simulate that. See if we can do it. So at the minute, I find it difficult to get to the filters and stuff. So I want a whole screen. I've got a screen here section called filters. So all this area here is going to bring up every single filter on the thing. A bit of a UI control that you can do stuff with. So you hover over it and you can just scroll your mouse wheel up and down and alter it. And that will be, because we're going to do a custom rig state. Now we'll be able to put anything here into the rig state. And what it'll have to do is it'll have to collect whatever goes with the rig state. We'll have to do a bit of a if we change from one, I say channel, but it's one rig state, so memory location, band, or whatever storage of this class. If we change or swap it around, it should have the opportunity to whatever you've set. So if you're in, say if I'm in VFO-A, whatever I've set here will be persistent in to VFOA, and if I swap to B, whatever I've programmed there will be persistent. So obviously you can do other stuff like have a preference somewhere that say when I swap from A to B, swap my whatever over with it. Now some of the rig stuff, so I found out you can't actually set the mode on VFOB. You set the frequency, you can't set it directly. You've got to swap B to A, then change it in A, and then swap it back again. So it requires 3 or 4 commands just to shift it in and out, basically. I don't know why they did that, whether they ran out of states they could do. It's one of my big gripes with the radio. Right, because I'm new to this radio, I've not really done anything with it. So the DNR, digital noise reduction, yeah, DNR, yeah. So I'm a bit ignorant on the subject, actually, even though I shouldn't be, because but I've only had this radio for about, I don't know, maybe 5 weeks or 6 weeks. Yeah, not very long at all. And because I got an FT-710, I was just using that. And this I only bought to go portable, really, but I find it a nice radio, and I don't want to keep it stored, so I want to put it in its slide mount up there and use it. And probably I can do a similar thing with the FT-710, but I don't know. I mean, what I'd like to do is take this portable, I'll have my laptop with me, plug it in. Because another idea I've had is down here, just underneath, we have a little down arrow here. That's hardly. Basically, you extend the bottom. Imagine if suddenly your QRZ entry, quick entry for logging, appeared. So you'd have to go in your configuration, set it up with your QRZ. But when you're doing a pile up or whatever it is you're doing, a contest, activation, whatever, we don't want it to be part of the radio as such. So we'll always want it. We don't want it to be hidden in a menu. It needs to be readily available. So we'll have a in here. I will have to do some studying on QRZ, whether I can retrieve data back from it and put it in there and all sorts of stuff. So I want the ability, sort of like a Windows just drop down. You click some, we've got all this area here, we could put in, not spoil it, we don't want a great big label, we just need like a little blended drop down thing, or click, and it opens up down here separate to the rest of the rig, where you just enter into it and you actually just, you can click and whichever frequency you're on, it'll populate. This is how they work, probably. Put the frequency and the wattage and the power and everything else, and all you type is in the name. So do login, basically, just log it straight to QRZ. And then you can extend it from there and perhaps retrieve the web page for the guy, whoever you're talking to, bring in his information, not actually a separate web page into this. So once you've selected someone, it'll automatically drop down and bring his, I don't know if it can bring his pictures in, or in the past I've set up a whole web page within a program, going back a bit, you built it in. So but maybe you could just retrieve the data itself, the RSSI feed or whatever it is. Yeah, there's so much to do, but I mean, get the basic thing running first. But that's that. Then I've got this simulated waterfall we've got to get on with as well. That's going to be fun. Simulated waterfall. So on the 710, the grid and everything that does the waterfall, I'm going to reproduce it as close as possible here, and all that kind of stuff. Give me a second.
want them DVDs in them?
Hey up, right, so anyway, so there's so many ideas, but yeah, so I basically, to keep myself interested, instead of just maintaining, just going on one thing at a time, and plus people watching, to keep the momentum going. But if I start going in depth on one boring subject like setting up AN video, V to M, you know, so we all want to get onto the exciting bits, but we've still got to get the rest of the thing working, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so like there's this filter section. Every filter capability, I want it to appear in this area here. It'll make more sense once I've grouped that up there. So I need sub and main. So what I don't want is people to say that's the main frequency. Now, is this the stuff that goes with the main? Because the FT-710, they've pushed it over here, and this is for the sub. So I either make these smaller to match the sub size. So I think I might do that actually. So we have these two that match this frequency, this the height wise. Then we shrink that one down, and these, so it's obvious they belong to that. And you've got level there, so you've got your function menu. So if we click function, so we move that to wherever we want it. I don't know, processor level. That'll say processor level. So we've got to put across here a label. So this will be your function, multi-function. What they call it on here, multi. It's just called multi. So I need. That's my maximum cut off there, where the bottom of that meter is. I need to push these up, but not crunch it up. It needs to be. So I'm gonna have to make these smaller. So when we swap A to B, the radio's off at the minute, so it will work. So at the minute I'm not sending it to the radio, so the radio's off, so it will function A to B. But we've got an extra thing here, this watts. So this is the watts on your main. You're only ever transmitting on your main unless you're doing some kind of split. Because my radios I had before all these modern SDRs and things were just old 2 meters and 70 sems radios. They didn't even have the tone frequencies, the proper tone frequencies. I still got them somewhere. It's like something like 45 watt, but the tone frequency was a different kind of technology. It wasn't. It's whether you got to buy a module that goes in it, I don't know. But so that's what I ended up changing the radios anyway. So they've been hanging around for 20, 30 years, these radios. So well, say I don't know, since 1993, 4, 92. So yeah, it's 1988. I started doing the AM radio, RAE, and then finished the 93 or 4, and then just been on and off ever since. Sometimes I'd put the equipment away and the aerials would all be there, but then I'd bring out the equipment every now and again, you know. So anyway, it's one of them. I bought myself the quote retirement radio sort of thing, even though I'm not retiring yet. Yeah, you got to get your decent radio, haven't you? You got to get a decent kit. It's all a matter of relational thing, whether you think it's decent. Some people spent 10 grand or more on one, don't they? And this looked like a toy compared, but so they're okay. They do look plastically and cheap. I'll give it that, but you know, you're not getting loads of high quality control knobs for your money. But if it's SDR anyway, the chances are you could do most of it on the software instead of touching the radio itself. I don't know. It's a weird one. Anyway, let's just do a bit of work then. So now I thought about this title here, filters, putting it up here actually on the plastic in the same colour, just so it's out the way, because I don't want to occupy here. I don't want to occupy any space here, but I suppose we've got some space in the middle. This is a static area, and it only changes when you hit function. So it's this window down here that changes. So if I click, I mean, you can't see filters, so I haven't done any filters yet. And you got your, this is going to have to, I don't know whether to put a boundary on it. But then you've got your scope scats, your station scope. So that got to be brought down to match, and this one down a bit. Then we've got to have some buttons here for, I don't know what doing. So we've got to swap banks. So at the minute we've got scan 80 meters, scan 40, scan 20. We probably need to press something here that changes the bank. So you can select, you know, I don't know, 8, 15, 12, 10 sort of thing. And then, you know, so we'll reuse the buttons in banks. And we need an area. We need to bring down the start frequency, because the start frequency and frequency, this is at the minute it's programmed in, so we need to bring them up here, start and end, and the threshold, and maybe sustain a separate threshold for different bands. Anyway, it keeps going on and on and on and on. So rather than just talk too much, we'll just do some work. So we're back on functions now. We're not on functions. So this bit here, right? So we've got to go on to that bit. Let's just find that. So we want the, where's that gone? Why is that showing me that? Still running. That's why. Didn't close it down. Right. So I want to click on this button. I want to go to the routine. I need to take out function because we've removed it out of the tab list now. We put it on its own button. So change display mode, go to the definition. So is this still? Right, so there's something wrong somewhere. Transceiver mode, right. So we're going to this one, but that doesn't make sense. Main scope, station scope, filters, test. Right, so something's not right. I've just changed the order or something, but it shouldn't have made that difference. So it's only the display that's being shown. So there'll be when I click this, it's got to, it's bringing it up from somewhere. Right, let's try and look at it again. Go to the definition. So that's your tab control. Right. Go to, so yeah, I know what I'm supposed to be doing. I've still got a tab control labelled up function, and it's in there, so I need to get rid of it. Here it is. So first one is the main. There's main. Then you've got station scope. That's fine. And if you go all the way down, we've got a blank one where we used to hold our functions. It's empty, and that was selected as true, so that's got to come out. No longer have a tab for functions. We're bringing it in separately. Then we've got filters, CW decoder, and then we've got test. That's fine, and then we're back out. So hopefully now, let's just see. So we need to main one to be default to being selected. Yeah, there it is. We actually had two on there. Right. So let's have a look. So we go. Wish I couldn't get groggy. So we've got station scope, filters, CW decoder, test, and back to main. Yeah, that's okay. So I suppose the first thing I'm going to do is bring these down underneath, but we don't know where the underneath is yet because we need to juggle that up. So we'll have to resize these two. I think we'll shrink them to match the size difference. Yeah, because I need. Yeah, let's just do that then. Let's do that. So we'll find. We'll go up to the display area, out of the tab. That's the function stuff. All that is right. So then we've got. Here it is. The default canvas. So we've got our analog signal meter. We've got the main frequency, sub frequency, and then we want we've got the function mode. That's that one, and we've got main VFO label, main rig mode label, and sub VFO label. So we need to make this smaller. So we'll have to change the font. So we should be able to just do font size. Oops, that's not right. Font size. I don't know what size it was. I could find out. If I go into there, go to the definition. So the font size. We could create a new one for the small one, but I'm not. It is going to swap round, isn't it? Yeah, that's okay. Right, font size 14, so we'll go, I don't know, let's say 10. That's probably too small, so 12. Yeah, we'll go 12. We need to change the height, so we've also got width and height. I'll tell you what, let's not do it that way. Let's do it a much more simpler way. Right, so we'll go over to what did I do with it? Hang on, let's close one of these down. Let's close that down for a minute. Right, no, that's not one. Obviously didn't stay on, so go to the definition. So we've got a border style and a 3-character thing there. So we need to copy both of these again. And we could inherit from it, but I'll just easier just to copy it again. And we'll just call it. Say what we should say is that's main and this sub. Display 3-character label. Yeah, I was hoping to do that. So it's the 3-character border style small. Let's just say small. Small, there we go. Oops, can't spell. Right, so we've got them. So we know we want to bring the font size down to about 12. Everything else stays the same. The margin stays the same. Now the width and height, we need to bring down the width. Let's say bring the height down to, I don't know, say 12, and the width down to, I don't know, 40. And what we'll do is go back over here and get the sub. So we've got the sub VFO label. Yeah, that needs to change as well. So we'll say small and small. Can't spell again. Okay, so we've got them there small, so it has made it smaller. So the margin is a little bit out, so we need to alter the margin. YAESU style, so the margin is 2. We've got a margin there of 2. So Let's just have another look at it, see what's wrong with it. So it's almost right, it just needs to be a -1 on the, yeah, -1 on the text. So we're just going to go, we'll have to change the label style, so we'll have to go, we'll go, so we'll put the 2 in, 2's all the way across, and we want to go back slightly. So if I say 1, is that going to do it? Yeah, so that one's sorted. Yeah, so so you have to reposition that. We need to do the FM one now. So the mode, this is the mode, sorry. So small, and this one's small. Okay, and it's already changed. There it is, look, the gap's too wide. Okay, so we're all right there. So we need to bring them closer together. So we'll change the top of that one to 4. Okay, 2. What's that look like? It's not bad. We want to maintain the same gap as this one. So it can go, can it go to 6? That's too much. Yeah, just too much. So we want 61 on that. Okay, it's there. Okay. So what we need to do is, we said that was going to be our maximum, so we need to go up level with that somehow. So it's still too big. Still too big. Still too big, so we need to go a bit smaller. Okay, let's go back to this one. So we'll do font size 11. And let's just have a quick look. So the width's okay. It's already changed the font size, should have done. Hang on, no, we haven't saved it. So smaller font, yeah, that's okay. Less width maybe, yeah, less width. No, we'll keep that the same. Keep that the same. So, so we've got corner radius, yeah, margin. Right, so it just occupy it. So the height needs to be changed, isn't it? Right, so we want the height. The height is set here, so we'll go, I don't know, let's do 36. 36. That's bunched them up a little bit. Still a bit too much. Yeah, we can go a bit more. So 34. I can't see much difference going on, so there must be. There's no height. Oh, hang on. There's no height here. Font size 11. What about 10? Too much. Yes, that's gone a bit too much, hasn't it? Yeah. I want to be able to see it without squinting. So, hang on, was I altering the one? I was altering the wrong one. I was altering the width instead of the height. VFO, so we want to put the width back to where it was. Right, so let's just go. Hang on, we'll change that in a minute. Right, put that back to where it was. We'll leave that there, and it's the height we want to change. Right, that makes more sense. So it's almost, let's back that off a bit more. So we're on 59, it's about similar to that. Now, is that one the height of that? It's not really, is it? And we need to go a bit smaller in height, so let's say 8. See what this looks like. Right, we're starting to cut off now. The width is too high, so we can go This minus 2. Is that going to do anything? Nope. So, oh sorry, it should need to go 0 the other way around. Now we're getting cut off now. And so minus 2. You can go minus as well. Ah, it's all gone to shit. Right, okay. So height 9. And we'll make that 38. Right, so we're still almost there. We need to go back a bit. Is there any padding set on these? Padding is 0. I don't think there's a padding to a border. There might be. I'm pretty sure I tried this last time. No, there's no padding. Right, so font size is 11. So let's go 0. Right, so we're just cutting off the bottom there. Right, about minus 1. Minus 1. No, it's doing something to the other bit now. So the best we can do is 0. Adam, hello again. Are you a programmer by profession, by any chance? I wish. Yeah, I wish. Anyway, welcome to the live stream. Adam, how are you doing? Hope you're okay. I program. I do work, and sometimes I program smart relays, functional block diagram, PLC, safety systems. Now and again, I do program stuff at work. Some of the systems we use, and I published onto GitHub. Made one of the projects a public. The works didn't want to pay for the overtime to create it, so I said, okay, well I'll do it, but it's going to have to be put it out as a public. I put it out as a buy me a coffee, so but I haven't done a release version, so nobody's ever downloaded it. Whether anyone's forked it or not, I don't know. Probably not. It's a bit of a. I tried to keep it not too specific to the job we're doing. I'll use it here sometimes, but programmer. No, I program my own software and my own firmware. So, and I got a I work full time, but I've got my own company, and that company I work for it for free, and I program the software, but I basically program most of it before I set the company up. Yeah. So, anyway, I did. Yeah, I've been programming since 1986 or 1985. Programming Z80. I used to do some Z80. Call it machine language. It was assembler, mate. Assembler, dissembler, and monitor. Z80. And then I did some Turbo Pascal. I wrote a full-blown barcode access control system in DOS 622. Well, it was Turbo Pascal. So have I still got the book for that somewhere? I still got a book of that knocking around. I'm sure I have. Still got all my I got a bookshelf full of programming books. So I guess my gaffer says I was with my gaffer once, and he put it says to write on this form, what's your profession or whatever. I go, software developer, and he goes, you're not a software developer. So, because day job is an engineer, like installation engineer on access control systems and automations of industrial automations, all sorts of stuff I get involved with. more like headache stuff, really, that nobody else wants to mess with. Stressful stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so it's one of them, really. But at my normal day job, I'm installing security equipment. That's what pays the bills, keeps the lights on. Yeah. I got involved in it years ago. I used to design an automatic barrier controller. I was asked to make. I got dragged into it. Somebody needed a PCB making and designing, and I used to do electronics. I suppose I was the only one they knew did it, mess around with electronics. So I was making PCBs on a course I was on years ago, back in 1985, I think. So you make your own PCBs. I used to work for some companies. Used to work for Rolls-Royce, the MOD, and the car companies like Lucas. But all I was doing was building someone else's prototype. Just to make the PCB, put some bits on, maybe wire it up, test it, make sure it worked, then gave it off to the guy who designed the circuit. Take all the drudgery out of it, basically. But then I went on to making my own stuff. I make my own PCB now. I got some of my stuff here. So basically, this thing I'm creating in Windows software, I could almost certainly create it on an ESP32 microcontroller, and probably get some of most of the graphics in as well. Believe it or not, it'll be in the form of a web interface, though. Probably web interface. I've already got stuff I've built, Yeah. So what was your question? Are you a programmer by profession? Sort of. I don't do it every day. My son is. My son's much better than me. He got me into this C# and Windows Presentation Foundation. I was just using some older technology at the time. But he writes 3D games and hooks into stuff, turns games that were single player into multiplayer in his spare time. But yeah. Hi, DEXOQK. Joyham Radio. Right, well, welcome, another one. Let's welcome everyone in. If I could spell, if I can get the name in there before they move off to a different channel. No, we're still here. Welcome everyone here. If I get to a point where I'm sitting there for hours welcoming people, then I don't mind that at all. But anyway. So this project, it's just a free project. I'm making it for me. I bought a YAESU FT-891, and I thought I want to have a play with cat control. I've got no pre-expectations of what can be done and what can't be done. Traditionally, if someone says you can't do that, I don't normally listen to them. I find out for myself, and believe it or not, more often than not, there's a workaround. You can make stuff happen. You get things going. I've got my head cut off today because it's too hot. I can't wear a shirt. Yeah. I don't want to be mistaken for a wildlife channel in the jungle looking at an orangutan. So anyway, so I cut it off. Yeah. Yeah, so I get up to all sorts of stuff, me. You can probably see from my my backlog, a lot of videos, but mainly me streaming the work I do. Well, I say work, it's more of playing, really, resting. For me, resting is more work. Work all day, come here, instead of going to the pub or watching a film, relaxing, or drinking beer, but I've got some shandy, so I'm always there. I too sometimes program my shirt off. Yeah, great, yeah, that's great. Yeah, you never know. I don't know if you probably might get banned or something, I don't know. Yeah. No, I've had to do it because I've got I've got one fan on. This room, it's possessed. In the winter, it's freezing like an ice box. The rest of the house is fine. In the summer, sorry, it's red hot, and the rest of the house is fine. So I don't get it. But anyway, you know, I should just move into another room. Really, there's so much stuff hooked up for the stream. I've got cameras all over the place. Power supplies, antennas, all sorts of stuff, audio interfaces, because this was a little home recording studio at one point. Over there I've got speakers and keyboards, synthesizers and all sorts of stuff. It's a dumping ground now for projects that I've been working on. If you look around, there's projects upon projects upon projects. And they're all active. Unbelievable. Yeah, never mind. Anyway, yeah, so welcome to the stream. Now, programming wise, there's always a bigger boat. I used to work somewhere fixing printers, and there was a programming section, and a guy came out. He was as wide as he was tall. Looked like he ate about 20 hamburgers. And he come out of the room and he goes, "I am the best there is. There's no one better than me." And I thought, it's great. You do feel like a bit of a god complex once you get it done. But trust, there's always someone better. There's always someone worse. So now, to get a job these days, you've got to have some backlog. You've got to have some. All I've got is a portfolio. You know what I mean? Portfolio of product, of stuff I've created. Which is this one. I'll show you as soon as... I don't know if I've showed you this one. I think I've probably showed everyone this one. But it's basically the same environment as this, but it's a full-blown platform.
Welcome to UHAS.
Here's the platform. Very true. I am but a humble programmer myself. Yeah. Well, every time I go and do an install and I have to liaise with IT on site, so I normally need an IP address or something, I always ask them, "Oh, do you do any programming?" And they say, "Oh, I used to years ago. All right, I used to do a web page once, but no IT does programming on a daily basis. I don't know what it is." But I couldn't stand to do an IT job. I'd get bored. And also I couldn't stand if I like there's a lot of jobs going, Internet of Things, you know, developer or whatever. And they want all sorts of things, qualifications. I'm basically self-taught, so I'm self-taught. I can do almost anything with anything. The jack of all trade, masters of none. I'm sort of a jack of all, master of all. Slightly minus a bit. So not really a master, but I can make it do anything. I can make something do anything. Now I just think anyone else can do it as well. But when people don't do it, they say, "I can't do that," or "You must be clever," this, that, and the other. I just think, well, you're not trying hard enough, or you maybe go down the pub or watch a film. Me, I spent hundreds and thousands of hours over the years. I watched the whole summer come and go once programming. What was I programming? Oh yeah, a barcode access control system in 1996. 96 to 90, no, 97 to 98. In 97 I watched the whole summer. The winter, it's like watching the Time Machine, H.G. Wells, where they dress up the model in the window and it dresses up, winter comes and goes and all that. So I watched the summer, the winter go, the summer come, and then the winter come back, programming a project. And in the end, my missus come in, she goes, "Would you like a cup of tea?" I looked at her and I was looking all over my computer thinking, where's this information coming from? What is going on here? It's like a divine intervention. It's like a God saying, "Would you like a cup of tea?" And I'm thinking, Well, I didn't press anything. What is going on? So that was so deeply involved in something. Anyway, this one here, I don't know if it'll hear me with all the fans on, but you can talk to it and it talks back. So let's try it. You pass. What time is it?
The time is 7:34 p.m.
So this uses grammar down here. I've set a sequence of grammar, and it needs to see the UPass first before it'll start to see this microphone. If I'll have to click, I'll say it something. UPass, what time is it? It's ignored me. I might have clicked off it. Let's just do it again. UPass, what time is it?
The time is 7:34 p.m.
And what it's got to do, it's got to match up UPass. What time is it? It doesn't display the word UPass because I'm only interested. So I can make the UI do stuff like this screen here. This is a virtual server rack, and I can pop that down, and I can expand it. I can pop the. This is the configuration. Anything's got a configuration, and it depends on how you've configured it. Depends on what settings are exposed. So if I say it's in the configuration, it's got a wireless. It's got wireless, so you can open up. These are a group of parameters. So you can the wireless. It's a SQLite database. Basically, if it exists, it'll open it up. If it doesn't exist, it'll create an entry for it. Has Wi-Fi. So if you say no, right, and you can say the Wi-Fi mode, so it's a station. But if we have Wi-Fi, when you go into the settings, it'll come up with this wireless part of the group of the parameters. Then you can set all those details there. Yeah. Okay. Don't worry about doxing myself. I don't care. Anyway, so this is a list view in a list view in a list view. So you've got your list view here, and inside the list view is a list of engines, and you click that down and you get the full panel. So that drops down, so it masks off that area there. So and then if you click this one, you get a list view underneath that of configurations, and in the list view of configurations you've got safe communication, you've got a list view of parameters. So, and they've all got user control, same here as well. So anyway, that's that. And you can talk to it, so you can UPass it's already expanded. UPass collapse 8.1. UPass collapse 8.1. It's not listening now. UPass collapse 8.1. 8.3. The fan's on. UPass collapse 8.1. Yeah. UPass expand all engines. No, it's not hearing me in the noise. So anyway, let's scrap that over there. Yeah, so if you turn the fans off, UPass expand rack. So it's live demo. What do you expect? UPass expand rack. Why are you not listening, UPass? UPass expand rack. UPass collapse rack. Oh, it's come over here. Collapses onto the prime monitor. UPass expand all engines. There you go. UPass, what time is it?
The time is 7:37 p.m.
So I built a command and control protocol to go with this. It's communicating across serial ports, not just one serial port, as many as you can get on your computer. And then you've got your packet screen, and you've got Wi-Fi connectivity or Ethernet to each of the controllers. So multiple ways, RS485, there's so many different ways to communicate. Then you've got your scripting language. So I can bring up a little window. So I could create a script. Let's just do a new script. No, let's not do a new script, takes too long. So we can look down the scripts. So script is just like an old Amstrad basic. I made it on that, so I can open one up. Let's find war games. There it is. So if I go there and I load the script, Right, here's the war game script. So I built this parser from nothing. It's basically, and you can give it command question mark, it'll tell you what commands are in there. It's not based off anyone's basic, it's just based off commands. So you can take a command like, oh, what about? Have I ever done about? So I'll go about question mark. Right. So it displays version information about no parameters. Yeah, I don't think I've ever implemented that yet. So you can play. You can play an MP3 or a wave. You can print characters to the screen, echo them. You can run script. So this is a script, but you can run a script from a script, or run multiple scripts from a script, or at the end of the script run a new script. So if you wanted to switch a light bulb on in a room, say if you're going on holiday and you wanted to run this, you could switch them on if you had it all. If you had one of the engines connected or anything like that, or any IoT device connected, if you put the right protocol on it, you could switch it on and off basically. And you can do demos, flyouts, all sorts of stuff. It just goes on and on. But if you list the script, oh, we did a new one, did we? Oh no, war games. So where is it? There it is. There's the list. So you can go. It's just like old line numbers. Tick is the rate at which it executes each line. So that's every second. If you want to speed it up, you can change the tick value up or down, slow it down or speed it up. You can say play, MP3. You can say stuff. Like, let's just say hello to... so who are we going to say hello? Hello, Adam. Ready?
Hello, Adam.
There you go. So you could go new. You can just create a new one. Just go new script. Name Adam. Actually, Adam. Yeah, let's just call it Adam. Actually, one of my first tools I used on an Amstrad computer for programming the Z80 was Adam. It was assembler, disassembler, and monitor, and it was a great little tool. But now it's just so crude in comparison. So 10 tick tock tick 1000. So execute instruction every 1 second, and just go say I am a talking computer. As easy to say as 1, 2, 3. Right, let's see that. So it's not going to say it. Syntax error. What didn't it like? I didn't put a space. Never put a space there. That's a shame. So I should be able to copy that actually. So the parser's not brilliant because I made it myself, but it does the trick. So if I... Oops, what's happened? Oh, you can actually go back one as well. Yeah, it's got a bit wild. Hang on. Right, so I need to go across. Move that over there. As is this to say, I've lost it now. 1, 2, 3. Nothing like a live demo. Right, so if you list it, you'll get. I've got no 20. It went wrong. So, oh dear, what have you done, Adam? Say, hi, Adam. Right, that'll do. And then you can do 30 delay. Let's delay it. So three ticks. No, I've got to put a thing in. Delay 3, 2. I actually haven't done this for a while, so I've put line number 3 in, even though there's no 3. So let's Right, so enter it, it's got rid of it. So, right, so 30, we're going to overwrite 30. Actually, I've made a total hash of this. So, let's do a new. Yeah, oh, it's still there. 10, tick. 1000, 20, say, hi, Adam. Hi, Adam. I am David's computer. Alright, 30. What we're going to do? Delay 3, 40. Let's just clear the screen. Can we do clear the screen? Maybe. 50. Go to 20. There we go. So we list it out again. Make sure it makes sense. When you run it, you know what's going to happen, don't you?
Hi Adam, I am David's computer. Hi Adam, I am David's computer.
And it goes on forever, ever and ever and ever.
Hi Adam, I am David's computer.
So you can break that, and then you can change it a bit. You can go 10, tick, 500. You know what that's going to do, don't you?
Hi Adam, I am David's computer. Hi Adam, I am David's computer. Hi Adam, I am David's computer.
Yeah, so, and you can go crazy with it if you wanted to. Yeah, and if you love it, you'll love this. Watch this, ready? Alright, there's a logging command. There you go. Right, a login. There it is. Watch this login. You're going to love this. Login. Guess what the password is? And don't know if that's the one or not. Let's see. No, that wasn't it. So, login. I can't remember. Maybe it's just that. No. I spelt it wrong. It's been a while, I told you. It's been a while. Nope. Hang on. So it needs Falcon's Maze, just like that, yeah. See if I log in and I can do other stuff. I'm in a super user mode now. So you can log in, and then you log out. I'll just log out. Watch. Yeah. Anyway, so exit that. If we run war games, watch this. Anyway, you can do more than one thing at once. Watch this. Down here, it's running scripts. Number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5.
Shall we play again? Shall we play again? Shall we play again?
That's crazy. And they will stop and they get to the end and they'll cancel themselves off. Yeah. Yeah, so that's just playing a load of WAV files, yeah. Anyway. So that was that. And you can do stuff like automatically back up a database and run a startup script, run a script when it finishes. I like the ability to run a script from a script, so I can run I could create a script. Tell you what. Right, so let's create a new script. Multi-war games. Multi-war games. So 10 tick 1000 20 run war games dot base. So run a script from a script 30 delay 4 clock cycles 40 run war. I don't know if it needs a capital. War games dot base. I call it base as in basic. It could be just text. So then we'll go 50 delay 3. I'll delay 2 this time. 60 delay. Let's just delay 10 and 70. Go to 20. Let's and if you want to, has that done it? Yeah. So you can save that. Just click save, and it'll save it out to multi-war games base, and just run it. You know what's going to happen if it finds it. No, it didn't find it, did it? It must be a big W. Right, so it didn't play it. I've not actually tried this. What's the name of the file? What did I call it? Oh, war games. Okay. So have I got to change to? Might have to change to a different folder. That's probably why it just didn't find it. So we want to load up the script. Where's that script gone? This is going off on a tangent, isn't it? Can't find it now. What have I done with it? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Right, it's not there. Did I close it? I must have closed it. Right. Oh, it's I don't know what happened to it. Let's go back. Multi-war games, load the script. What's it done it? I've lost it. It's gone. Oh, there it is. Right, it's put it behind it. I must have. I'll tell you what I've got on. I've got on always on top on here. Display always on top. Oh no, it isn't on. Anyway, you can see what a mess you can get in if you're not careful. So, where's that anyway? So, just going for a bit of tangent. So why didn't that work? CD. Oh, I've got to do a dir. Hang on, let's see what folder we're in. Right, where are we? Oh, here we go. So we got War Games base. It's definitely there. So if I list, why didn't it find it? Right. Okay, maybe it puts the base in for you. That's a weird one. I've definitely run. Oh, I've run a script. No, that is a script. Yeah. Right, I'm not quite sure. So I'll tell you what. We'll go 20 run war games. Okay, and we'll go 40 run war games. Right, list it. Let's see if we can run it again. No, not working. That's weird. Oh well, it's been a long time. It's been a while. Never mind. I don't quite know what's going on. I know It's annoying. Let's have a look. CD. I think I've got to go to CD base. No, I don't know. Set to base. Maybe I'm not in the right place, even though it showed me the list. Oh, it's closed. Never mind, let's get back onto the other one. I must have done something. It's been a while, anyway. Right. Oh, that's funny. Right. Anyway, Adam, welcome. And whoever else is here, nobody. Anyway, what's that dot? Why have I got a dot there? I wonder. Oh, it's just this. Right, let's get the fan back on. No, we're not getting hot. There's no fan on. Right, anyway, don't do a live demo. Not a good idea. Right, so I want to jumble this up a bit. So that's still showing a weird character there. So I don't want to go any smaller in size. So what I need to do is maybe make it the height of the border. Right, border thing. Is there a height property? Oh, padding. Oh, there is a padding property. That's what I need. That's what I thought there wasn't one. So I need to put padding 0 in there, and that'll stop it being cut off. Right, that'll stop me getting cut off over here. It is getting cut off still. Needs to go back a pixel, so should be able to go -1 now. No, it's causing the edges to go crazy. So we're not having much luck today. Right, so it still doesn't like the -1. Right, that's actually okay, just about. We could change the corner radius a bit. Let's say 2. Probably look weird as 2. That's actually okay. Right, so we've got those smaller. It looks like we can move the one up a little bit. So that's done over here. So we want to go to. It'll be. It's the main window. Oh, we haven't got anything in main. No, we haven't got a main. Oh, that's where we're going to put in our simulated waterfall. So I need to go back up to the very top, scroll right up the top of there. Right, so you've got your mode label there, and we've got our VFO here, and that's that one. So we need to go back a little bit up. That's the same gap we got over here, that's it, and it's not quite level. So we need to go back the whole thing up a bit. Let's just move that one. So we'll come down 4. Not sure if that is level. Can't tell. What's it look like? Now it's slightly back, so still that's about right, is it? Yeah. So we'll move this one back. I don't know. 1. Let's try it. Yeah, that's okay. Right, so just about got away. So now this frequency needs to go up there. So so that's that one. Where's the frequency? Sub-frequency, here it is. So the width's a bit wild on there, isn't it? We don't need that width. Let's change that to 200. And that's probably a bit too much as well. That'll do. Okay, go some more. That's it. Right, so we're going to move that up and over. So okay, then back up. Back up. Right, so back says 2, 0. That needs to go 38. Sometimes you have to click away to see it, so yeah, it could do going up a bit more. Unless we have it, yeah, probably we could have it either that lining up with the bottom or centered up. What do you think? No, it needs to be centered, doesn't it? So let's try another. Right, let's have a look. Yeah, that'll do. So really, oops, that whole thing could be come across now to here. Right, so and then if that can go to there, so these can go to there. That makes sense. So you got your level. Okay, let's move it across. 420, that's too much. 410, that's about right. And then we can move the two VFOs over. Right, so the sub VFO label, well, the whole thing here. So we need to go over, I don't know, 6, 7. What's that like? Too much? Yeah, it's too much. So we'll come back. I don't know, 2. Maybe that should be alright. Now the next one. 7. 2. Okay, so we've got that there. It's fairly self-contained here. Yeah, that level needs to go up, so wherever that is. Function mode level, yeah. That needs to go back a bit. So let's say 54, 52, and more. 46, 48. Is that too much? Yeah, 47. Right, that's alright, I like that. Yeah, I like that. Right, okay. That's that code I showed you on my project. I started writing in 2012, so, and I was new to WPF, but yeah, so it took me a good 10 years to write it. And I haven't really done much of it since about 2019, so I've done nothing more on it since then. Right, so we've got the big one. So really that they need to be moved over to here, really. And if I do that, I've got space for something else. So let's move them over there. And so I'll put them over here to make it look exactly like an FT-710. But we can't have it look like exactly like it because the display's the wrong shape and some features aren't there. So as long as we keep it in a similar format so you can look at it and you know where stuff is without going crazy thinking, where the hell is that? Right, so we're onto here, so we've got to come over a bit. So let's say 2. Let's come over a bit more. 310. Let's have a look. We've got to keep the gap the same here. And bear in mind that could go up to 2, so we need to go this way a bit. So let's go back. Oh wait, I could easily make VFO. Hang on, let's make that one. I don't know what's the bigger. 30. What does it go up to? 20, 28. Yeah. So I think that we're in the right place. Yeah. So alright, so we want this VFO main, and we want the USB to go there now as well. The mode, there it is. So 308. Of course we've got to get the wattage to go over with it, so we're slightly encroaching on there, so okay, let's get the wattage over as well. Right, 308. Okay, now we've got a bit of jumped up stuff going here, so no gap there, so we'd either bring it over a bit. Yeah, I think we'll bring that over a bit. So set the frequency, sub-frequency over, main frequency, sub-frequency. So let's take that over another 2. Let's see, have a look at that. Just about got it there. Looks, I don't want it to look crunched up. Anyway, so function, there we go. So we've got the main VFO and the sub VFO. Let's just go over 2. Let's have a look at that. And go over a little bit more. Yeah. Maybe we can get away with that. Let's just try the next one. The mode, let's go up to 6. Looks a bit weird now, it's got half the size of that. Right, maybe it just needs to go back a touch. Yeah, it needs to go back. Right, what's that like? Yeah, that's okay. Anyway, it's a bit bunched up. So we've got a bit of extra space here for whatever we need. Let's see what it looks like when we run it up. Okay, so we've got it there. So the rig's still off now, so we swap from A to B. What's not swapping is the VFO label, so we need to do that as well. So this is B, but we need to, if we swap that, we need to swap those 2 round. Good evening, Andy. How are you doing, mate? Andy's a long-time supporter. Hope you're alright. Not too hot today. Well, I was out in it again. But I've got one little fan blowing here in, so it's slightly bearable. Just it's getting a little bit better. So what we're doing, we're trying to line this up here all the way across. I suppose to see if it's lined up, I could draw a line really. Or it's come and look at it now. I think the whole thing needs to jump up a tiny bit, but I don't want to scrunch it too far up. Anyway, let's make the VFO change as well. So we've got the VFO. Let's just stop that. So we want the VFO label. So it's the VFO, that's it there, main label, right? So we need to change the, it's always going to be grey, isn't it? So that's okay. So it's just that label. So when we hit AB, we've got to see what we're doing there. Go to the definition, swap the memory slots, go to this function. So we're actually, let's see what we're doing. We're copying all the stuff. We'll make a rig state, setting up main. We're putting main into sub, and putting. Hang on, what are we doing? Right, so all we need to do is just do it down here, doesn't it? Yeah, that's all taken care of. So we just need to actually we've got some more stuff going on here from the other day where we're trying to program the rig with it, so we'll ignore that for a minute. We just want to swap it, so we're doing the rig mode and the frequency, we're swapping them. So I need to do the VFO here as well, so main window dot let's do main VFO label dot content equals no, we're gonna have to make it frequency. No, I don't know if we actually set a VFO label, so it just needs to say VFO and then that'll be B, because it'll already be A, won't it? No, we need to reference the rig state. So let's have a look at rig state, go to definition. It's a new rig state. Let's have a look at rig state. So we should have an entry to tell us what VFO we're on. VFO frequency, band, unless this is nothing to do with, probably nothing to do, it's whichever one is in main is, no, that's not strictly true, is it? This is created by AI, this list, so I don't know at what level it goes to. Might have to add something in it. So that's all we've got in there at the minute. So we've got nothing to do with the VFO. We've got a VFO frequency, a frequency. So yeah, so we don't have to look at that. We just make sure. We just got to make sure we're sending it. Right, so let's go down here. So swap VFO. So how do we know what we're doing? So here we're going to put main frequency, we're putting it into from rig main, but we've already swapped it here. Right. So if main occupier is A, VFO A, then we're bringing in rig state and I'm setting that to, yeah, so current occupier, yeah, so we can do that. So we can basically do that. We can go down here. Do we do it up the top though? No, we can do it down here. So if current occupier of main is equal to memory slot B, okay, I don't know, let's just try it. Let's do A. Then we're going to do this. I don't know if we've swapped at that point or not. So then we'll do copy this. I'll do an else if is equal to B, and we'll change to B. I don't know. We'll make the content change. So whether this will work or it'll be the wrong way around, we'll soon know. Actually, we're only changing that one. That's only going to change one. So we need to do sub after. So if we swap this around, VFOB, VFOB, both of them. So it didn't clear that one, so we go back again, A. So that is A actually, and that's B. So we've just got to swap that one as well. So instead of just swapping that, we've got to swap the sub as well. Alright, so we can just copy that again. It's easy to change, so that'll be sub. I'll change it to B. I don't know if this is going to be right logic, but we'll try it. I'm not quite fully understanding VFOs on the account I've never really used them. Right, let's try. And what's a VFO for? For doing splits and stuff, or just swapping from one frequency out? It's like a temporary store. I suppose it only really makes a difference if you've got dual receive or whatever. I don't know. I need to study it. So we go here. So we've got A and B, and that is definitely B, and that's definitely A. FM, did that change? Yeah, so we've got FM up here, AM down there. So that's sort of doing that. It's very simple stuff, but okay. Right, so what we've got to do now is switch the radio on and get that working. But we're doing UI today. We're not getting that working today. We're doing the UI. What I want to do is leave every time we leave it in a running state. So because we're getting ready for release versions. So at the minute, if someone said let me play with it as it is, the graphics are going to be no good over here. So we need to get all them graphics lined up so we get into a releasable state. So if I switch that now, that's overwriting that, so I need to shrink that down, and I can actually move that up a bit and across to line all this up. See, I can do stuff with it. Right, so that needs to be shrunk. And then when we go into CW, oh that's test, CW, that's too close to there. It needs to tell you what it is, what tab item you're in. See, tab item is just like on your standard, standard menu system, so you can switch between screens. But it's hidden; it doesn't show you what it is. So I was thinking, this titling, a CW encoder, I suppose it could stay there. But really, when the window comes up, you need to know what you're looking at, doesn't it? It needs to have a little label saying station scope. Yeah, I think we'll have to do that. Well, I'll tell you what. So that meter is a little bit shorter than the rest of this. So right, so I did want to make this change when you go to 100 watt to red. Yeah, so I need to sort out this station scope because the colours are wrong anyway. So the dark colours are no longer on a dark background, they're no good, so I need to change them to white and this to white with a black infill. The border's okay as it is actually. The colour of the border is fine, but when we do a scan, which you're not, if I have to switch the radio on. Switch the radio on. Getting thirsty now. Might have to go and get some more shandy. Yeah, so we need to get that out of the way. We can just make it the same height as that, really. I forgot what I was doing there. Anyway. Yeah, so let's just work on that bit then. So we'll go on to the menu. We'll temporarily make the scope. We'll make that item enabled. So we'll have to take that out of there, and it'll switch that on. So we still want to see the background, which is not in a turbo item anymore. So let's get the that's the border, control canvas, signal strength up and down. So Right, so we need to, where's that border? There it is, light grey. Let's make the background pink, so we can see it, so we see what we're looking at. Right, so we need to alter that down. Well, we could do with it whole, see that this one hasn't got a toolbar. But we need a title. I think the toolbars need to go down the bottom probably, and the title at the top. So you need to know what you're looking at. Station scope, so stations found. It's a pity I've put the toolbars and that up there, and so you still need the label. So there's your tools. Oh, there's your up down bit. And your label, so all that is to do with so yeah, all that's to it. So we want it white. Right, so it's a label, we're not specifying what it is, so we'll just change the foreground colour white. Right, I need to get rid of the pink in a minute. I've set something pink, haven't I? Where's it gone? Yeah, let's get that off the pink. Right, and we want to select our up down to white. Background's transparent, and we haven't specified, so we're in black. So foreground, we haven't got a foreground colour, so let's put a foreground colour of white. Yeah, okay. The decibels, that needs to be white as well, so we'll just do it here. Foreground colour of white. Decibels, it's actually, yeah, the opacity. I don't think we need to set opacity 6 anymore. We're not trying to blend it in with the original display, and so on that as well. We don't need to blend that in, so that's fine. What else are we coming in at? Opacity, we're setting the opacity there. Right, so that doesn't need to be like that. Border brush is okay. White, bold, yeah. Up, down. So what have we got? We've got grey. Our opacity must be set on this up, down one as well. Yeah, we don't want the opacity set to, we want a proper solid colour. Okay, so we need to bring the whole thing down. So that's that, all that is that content at the top. So let's bring the border down, station scope canvas. So let's just change the background colour to pink. Right, so we need to reduce that or move that top bit down. Could do with keeping that, so we want to see more of that really. Anyway, it's got to come out the way, so the height, if we want the toolbar on it, we've got to keep it, so let's just come down by 20 mil. No, let's keep it back up. Hang on, but keep it there for a minute. Right, we've got to shift the whole thing down, which is there, top. There's your top. So let's say 80. Actually, it's just gone, hasn't it? So what we're going to do is hide this one. Visibility. Hidden. Yeah, so we can line that top one up first. Now that's slightly out of step. Yeah, because I remember how I did it now. So we want the maximum, but do we want to leave any ability here? Not really, not at the minute. So let's go back up. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm dealing with the wrong one. Hang on. Top. Let's go 70. That's not bad actually. That's all right. We'll leave it at that. Right. So I can just as well go down and do this one at 70. No, that didn't move. Oh, that's the one we've hidden. So I need to go down to this one. Needs to be 70, which is that one. Yeah, that's okay. Which we'd come down 10, so we can make the height 42. Yeah, that'll do for that. And we've got to move the label down by 10, which is this one here, the count. So down by another 10. That's great. And we'll leave that area for buttons, or do we need it? No, let's just make it. Let's increase the height. No, we might have some buttons there to do send to whatever frequency. Yeah, leave that where it is. So go back up and find the one that's hidden. That's hidden. So we need to move that down a bit. So if you want to move it down, we've got to go the other way. I think that's about there. So we can change the border back from pink to transparent. And we probably need to I think if we move that one over, we can have some arrows and stuff. So need to update these. Yeah, we've got a bit of work to do on this. So let's bring that up for now. So the height, let's say, okay, so back 20 on this one. Okay, so we're all right there. Okay, yeah, it looks alright, I think. So we just moved it down out of the way. Something doesn't look right here. Now it's down by a pixel, isn't it? So I need to move that one back by a pixel. So it's this one here. So the top, let's try 75. Doesn't look right now. It looks the right height at the top, but it's not high enough. 43. Ah, that looks okay, but then that, but yeah, we'll leave it at that, I think. Right, okay. So we've got a black label. It needs to be white. Yeah, so let's change that. So this one here, we're black. We're going to change it to white. And the text, we're going to change it from white to black. So we can just take that out of there because it defaults to being black. And then we want the same thing down here. Same thing here. White. And then we want black. So to take it out. And we haven't actually got that working, that count yet. We haven't got it working. Well, we haven't made that work. So that's out of the way. We've got a rogue, fast, slow button thing that needs to go somewhere. Right, let's just run it up and see if we can find anyone. Let's see if we can find anyone. So we're in CW. I was trying to decode some CW last time, so I still haven't got the ability to change mode from the software, only from the radio. Let's have a scan. Oh, these are in black, they've got to be in white. Oh, the list view is too long now, we've got to swap that out. And that. Let's do that now. I've not really reduced the size of the list view. So it's the first list view here, there'll be a height value on it. Oh, there's the height there. So if that height has got to be, I don't know, let's reduce it back to down to that. See if that's the one. Keep it within the border. It's not too bad. I suppose we could go down a bit more. Yeah, we could go down that, but let's make it a bit wide, a bit taller. So let's say 10. Or you could make the back colour pink. Right, so then you can see how far it's got to go. That's it. Right, we ought to do that one as well. That label's slightly off, you can see it now. Right, let's sort that out. So is this right? Found station grid. So we just want to make the top of that needs to go down one. That's not the one. So where is that one? Found station. Oh no, I'm in the wrong list. So I need to come down to this list. So this one needs to come down. No, go to 3.5. That's it. Okay. So did we change anything? So the list view of the found needs to go. I can't remember. Let's try it again. Trial and error. Find the right place in the code. Stop. Check. Make the change. Run the whole thing again. Yeah. So let's scan. That's better. You're not wasting that space then. And this probably needs to go over a bit. Level with this. Maybe we can get some icons in here for doing. I need to go and top up my drink in a minute. I've got to make this enjoyable. Oh, and these are the wrong colours as well. They need to be white or something, or probably orange. So, yeah, we need some bar grow. Right. So what I need to do is add a load into this one now. Just add anything in. You can't just add the same one twice, you've got to make sure. I'm just trying to see where this folds over. Yeah, so you can already see it's too high. It's got to come down to match that. Yeah, so you've got to come down to match that. So we need to get onto this one. Set the list view height. Where is the list view height? Is it scroll viewer? Sorry, it's a scroll viewer height we've got to change. So let's come down 40. Let's make the background colour pink. Right, and we can 43, 42, so it's 43. That's fine. Okay, right, so far so good. So, what else? Oh yeah, the actual colours. So, we need to find what we're adding into the list view. Can't see those very good. And plus and minus. And they're default settings. I'll have to find a way of doing that. What's that number spinner control? There it is. Right, let's ask. Who are we going to ask today? Claude, Gemini, or ChatGPT? Let's ask Gemini. Hello, Gemini. It's Dave here. W's presentation, Foundation, C#, MAH, numeric, up to down. I think I need to create my own tool. How to change the up, down colour. If it knows what I'm talking about, don't know. Right, method 1. No, numeric up, down resources. Change it globally. Quick breakdown. Why can't I just change it? Override specific brushes. Okay, so I need to override something. Oh, I can put it in there. Let's try it. So we're going to go in there and right, so I need to hang on. Where'd you put it? So that's in the actual thing. Got you. So we need to make that a one of them and do that and put it in there and see if it changed anything. It might not have changed nothing. Doesn't like it. MAH app. So it needs to be controls. Right, resources. Oh, it's done it. It's cleared it. So has it made any difference? Right, up, down. There's the colour. It's black. White. Mouse over colour. Pressed. Background. I don't know. Can we go white? It's not making any difference, is it? So it's setting them, but it's not the right thing. Nah, it's not doing it. Okay, so that doesn't do shit. Never mind, we'll leave that for another day. That's a different control, so come back to that one. I'll probably have to make my own. I've made my own in the past. Right, anyway. So what's next? Yeah, we wanted to move that one over a bit. So the found scope, there it is. So we need to move that one over to, I don't know, 10. Too much. It's not bad, looks a bit weird. Maybe another one. Looks weird now. Right, I don't know if that looks weird or not, unless we go cross-eyed. That'll do. Oh, yeah, it's definitely weird. Right, I'm going to go and top up my shandy, so let's run it up and see if we can't get the radio on something. Right, so let's scan. Oh, we still haven't changed these to the brighter colour. You can just about see them. Right, so they need to be different colours. Let's fill this up. Make sure it starts scrolling at the right point. Okay, has it started scrolling? Yeah, sort of a tiny one there. Right, so that needs to be reduced slightly. Yeah, we don't want to see the tiny one. So we'll back that off a tiny bit. Actually, the arrow is down into this thing here. That's the only problem with that. So we will have to lose that last one. So you want the scroll bar to be there. Either that or move this over a bit. It'll look weird then though. Right, this is the kind of finicky stuff that's just finicky. Okay. Right, let's just right, scroll viewer, background, pink. Oh, nothing. Oh, hang on. Right, so we need to reduce the height of the scroll viewer by about 10. So we can go a little bit more. There we go. Oh, that'll do it. So put back to pink, back to transparent, and then we want the other one, scroll viewer. There it is. Background pink. We need to back it off a bit and go forward. There we go. That'll do it. Okay, so we need the tools. So we want the bar graphs to be, what did I call those? It's a user control. Station scope, was that the one? Yeah, that's it there, look. So this is a user control that we populate a list view with. So we're putting a control, instead of putting some text in a list, we're putting a whole user control. So we want to make that one white, so change that to white. We want to make frequency white. I can't see it now, so that's okay. And the bar graph, which is a rectangle, there's your rectangle with your border. It's transparent, so the fill, actually we don't need an opacity of 6 anymore. Have I made these opacity? Let's see if there's any more opacity in there. No, I haven't done them too as opacity. No, that's fine. We don't want to make them transparent anymore. That was only to blend it in with the old screen. So opacity 3, bar graph tech block, white. So we don't need it. I mean, that was blended in actually. Yeah, because we didn't want it in our face telling us the signal strength. It just needs to be in with the graphic. So we don't want a black background. The fill needs to be, let's say, orange. And of course the graphic doesn't stand out anymore because that is grey over white, so say black, and because the opacity is so low, we can have a look at it first. Let's just have a look at it. We'll use this on the bar graphs for all the ALC and power and everything. Alright, it's not so good. So that needs to be, I mean, you've got your reading there, but to show your actual reading, it says 23, so that it's a little bit out on the scale. It's where I've placed these labels are not quite right. Right, let's close it. Oops, here we go. I put the left the decoder on. So we want the user styles, now the user control. Where has it gone? We've lost it. Station scope. Right, let's put it back on again. So we can either change that to something like that, or just get rid of it altogether. Yeah, so we have a nice bright thing. It's black. Don't know, it might be too much to look at, too garish. Let's have a look. Let's just scan this other one. Yeah, it's not quite right, is it? Yeah, it needs to just be in the background. Yeah, seem to. Okay, so it's a little bit better to read. So on my scan we could do with the start and finish frequency. Oh, some more. I suppose we should try and decode that. Let's switch to CW. It's weird, isn't it? Let's turn the fan noise off. Right, I've got to get the frequency up. Oh, that needs to be changed to white as well, or something. G3YLA. It's actually decoding that. some of it, the stronger station. So if I found back. Anyway, we're going sidetracked. We're getting sidetracked. Right. Oh, that's the test one. So this is too garish. Yeah, so we might want opacity down a bit on that. So, right, let's just get that back again. Right, so the border, so the fill, let's change this, it's a bit right, let's change the opacity down a bit. Come on, keep going, don't stop now. Right, so we'll drop that down to about a 7 or 6. Say 5, about there, that'll do. Now this is too garish as well, so we'll put an opacity on it, 0.6, yeah, that's probably okay. We don't want it to appear too much, it just needs to be a little indent. You don't want it in your face, just want to see it. It's a bit weak now, isn't it? Yeah, it's probably a little bit weak. Alright, let's go up a notch then. Probably again. Okay, we'll go like that, and right, we'll give that a try. Yeah, the reason I go into so much detail is I want to do it once and never again. Once it's set, I don't want to be messing with it. Right, let's knock this down a bit. Right, that's nice. It's not finding it. Oh. Fans on, so probably that's what it is. Plus it's got... Anyway, let's not do that. Right, so is this okay? It looks a bit weird. It'll do. Yeah, it'll do. Right, okay. Anyway, so let's see what happens if you send it over there. It's transfer it over there. That's fine. That's starting from 0. It should be 1. So we need to sort that out, and we need to increment the count here. it's not incrementing the count. Right, I need to go for a short little break, so go and top up the drink and stretch the old legs back in a few minutes. I'll just put this on, sorry. How do? Oh my god. Right. Oh, the feet are swelling up here. It's just sat here. I don't know what, the heat. Thick socks on in boots all day. It's not good. Anyway, right. So, what's that look like? It wasn't too bad. We'll leave it like that. Now, there's something quite wrong with the... Yeah, the signal strength doesn't equate to it. So, we've got to move these label. So, I'll tell you what I'll do. No, I'll leave that another day. Leave that for another day. Right, so we're alright with that, so we can close that down. I don't know where we got to now. Oh yeah, we want to give it some title. We'll give it no room for a title. So, I don't want to take a whole line here just to tell it what we're looking at. So we've got there the label. And I thought about, but it's probably not a good idea, just same writing but just put it here. Semi-transparent, so it looks like part of the... We could try it, but I don't know if that's a good or bad idea. So, where do we put the label? Because, I mean, we've got to have multiple screens for different things. Like, there'll be slow scan TV, or, yeah, slow scan bitmap generation. CW, then we got the station scope. We could do with telling people what it is. So, I'll tell you what. Do we bring that down a bit and put a little title on it? These buttons are weird. I'm not a fan of this up-down thing part. So it's probably not a good idea. This is your threshold. I wanted to go up and down, so let me just see if, let's just see if it can operate it off that up and down. Maybe we can turn some of it off. So can we go up? No, what's that do? Nothing. So what is that for then? Something weird there, isn't it? So we can go down, and we can't see what it is till we're over it, because... Yeah, don't know. Unless we make this white. Change his colours back. I don't know. That's supposed to stand for threshold. So what does that do? I don't get that tool. Yeah, I obviously got to make my own up-down tool. That was crap. I bet. Right, let me just launch my program and see what I did with it. I've done some up-down tools in the past.
Welcome to UPass.
Alright, let's close that one down. Let's go into users. Right, so we've got users. Let's go into this one. Okay, so here we've got some stuff. So we can select various disabilities. What else we got? Restrictions. Right, so restrictions. Here we've got should have a date time picker. Oh yeah, change. Do it from there. Right, always valid. That's just a toggle. Yeah, so that's not good. So membership. This is what I did for. I made my own one for this. So this looks better than. Yeah, that's much easier to see everything. And it disappears. And you hover over it, changes to arrows. So. Yeah, so that was for date. And I've got another one for something else. I'm sure I did. Did I not make another one? Right, I'm not sure now. Profile. Risk level. Critical. Security breach. Yeah. I don't know now. Summary. It rolled 2 years ago, spare, nothing on there, membership. Right, so it must have been them that I was remembering. Oh, I tell you what, time zone. I've got something in time zone. So, time zones. Right, so this one here, I'm sure we did something down here. Yeah, oh yeah. So this is duration. So I can use these for whatever I want, can't I? Yeah, so obviously they disappear when you're not using them. Yeah, I think I like that. It seems to... Can you scroll? You can't scroll, but you can click up and down. I don't know, maybe we'll use that. Maybe we won't. So that I can set the threshold like that and you go away and the controls disappear. So only come when you hover over it to change it. Maybe. Right, okay, let's have a look at that then. So we'll have to load up a new instance of this. I should be able to copy that tool over and use it. Right, so we want to load up UPass. So it's a full-blown platform this is, but it's got, you know, obviously got problems, but some of the extra advanced stuff that not been finished off implementing. Lack of support, lack of interest in it, so yeah. I stopped working on it a while back. Right, so we want time zone, so the time zone controls, so we've got some user controls down here. There they are. Right, so have we got an up down? Date picker. So it's not a date picker, it's something else. Can't seem to find it. Argue day. Site. So right, I can't see. Maybe I haven't put it in. Have I not put it in its own folder? Maybe. Oh, date time picker. Let's have a look at that. What's that one? That's not the right one, but let's have a look. Oh, it's all in black and white, yeah. So it's not a date time picker. Oh, I'll tell you what I can do. Look in time zones form. Right, so forms. Where are you? Where's your forms? Here they are. Date time. Yeah, it's a date time, wasn't it? Can't find it now. So images, login screen, public holidays, time zones. Oh, probably time zones. RG time zone. No, can't see it there. Hang on, let's just have a look on that one. Right, so, oh, there it is. So if I click that, that'll tell me it's a date time picker. Okay, so I'm using it to just do. No, that's what I called it, but it could be anything. Input, so date time picker, user control. Okay, so maybe it is that one then. Date time picker, that's it there. So you can't see anything because it's visibility, yeah, it's all collapsed. Should be able to have a look at the code. Interaction logic, it's a user control, hours, minutes, we could also alter that. We could alter it if we had to. It's not much in it, so we could use it as a building block. Right, so Okay, maybe we'll sort that out another day then. Never mind. Right. That's a little bit too much work than I wanted. Right. So we'll leave that there. I'll get rid of it another day. I'll sort something out. What's next? What's next? So we've sorted these two out. That looks a bit weird on a black background, doesn't it now? So we'll do a white background on a black text. So let's do that. So we want the toolbar bit. Here it is. TH. So we want so we'll have that as white, and we'll have a black. Is that a label? Yeah. So we'll just delete that off there. That's better. Okay, and we'll probably have to do that one as well. Right, okay. Right, so okay, that's got to be, got to find a place for that yet. That fast, slow, but we'll sort that out. Okay, so we've got that there. We still haven't got nowhere to put the title. What this section is. It's a station scope, but yeah. Where do we put it? Up there, maybe? Or down here? Station scope. Yeah, let's put it there for the lack of nowhere else to put it. And we'll put it in a little bit of a border. Or something like this. Yeah, we'll have it like that. So we'll find the level. So go to out of here, and we'll find where it says level. RF power. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Function mode label, that's it. So we're going to copy that out there, and we can literally put it anywhere we want. Let's put it after the the meter. Right, so after the meter, where's the meter? There it is. There's the, that's the skin, and then we've got, we'll put it after, right, after all these buttons. Yeah, after the buttons. Still more buttons. Default canvas, signal meter, that's it. We'll put it just after that. Right, so we're going to call this, this is the tab description. Tab control description label. Okay, and we'll have it, what we're going to call it now, this is going to be the simulated, this one is the simulated waterfall. Have I got enough room to write all that? Simulated, oh, where's it gone? Waterfall. Okay, I need to make sure we've where we're going to put it, so we'll come back, say 200, 100, and we need to check the width on it. Width needs to be more, not that much. Right, it needs to come down a bit. Level with at least this one, but then they'll say, why is that one up there and this one's down here? Can't win. Anyway, I'm gonna have a sip of this lovely shandy. Oh god, that's nice. I put about that much lager and the rest is lemonade, diet lemonade. Yeah, problem. I normally have lemon squash and water normally. So you can see what I'm saying. If I have that one down here and that one there, there's no everything has to look balanced. Right, so it's got to move over a bit. It's gonna have to go over and down. So let's just do that now. So we need to come down. Let's say 49. Okay, 50. What's that look like? A little bit too high, so 51. It's not bad, but it needs to go over a bit, so 72. 74. That's in the way of just writing over the 60 plus, 76. Simulated waterfall. Now the border is getting in the way of the simulated bit, so this is a problem we got now. Unless I put that, it's not going to fit. And I could always move that down, and probably this is going to want to look weird next to that. Simulated waterfall. Right, we can go over another couple maybe. Oops, that's not worked out. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Right, it's as far as we can go really, yeah. And we're still cutting off the 60 almost. Okay, we'll leave it there. I'll try it there for a while. So what we're going to do, we need to be able to adjust that based on which one of these we're in. What's it doing there? Why am I got like that? That's got a mind of its own, this program. So change display mode. So we're changing the transceiver state like that, and what are we actually doing there? Oh, it's changing the selected index. So as we change state, we're not actually doing a function, we're just making something equal a state. So selected item, oh, it's taking the tag toString tag value. Okay, so if we just put in there the name of the control dot content, is it a text block? What is it? What is it looking at? I don't know what that is now. Can't remember. It's a border with a label, isn't it? Oh, lost it now. Where are we? Here. Why does it not know anything about it? So it needs a main window. Main window dot. Will it take that? No, it wants main window. No, it doesn't like that either. So main window, no, that's silly. What is going on? It is a label, it says it's a label. Dot content equals tag value. Right, so it's not liking it. What's it say? Does not exist. Main window. Right, still doesn't exist. Still doesn't exist. So transceiver display mode, we're not passing anything into it. That's a shame. So we're not building a constructor, so we're just doing this. And we can't pass, so we're gonna have to find, is that find all references without reference. So we probably meant to do it, never did. So main window main window. I'll come down here, pass in main window, and you see it now exactly what I'm trying to do, and it's done it. That's clever. Right, so now we can do main window. Still doesn't like it. Right, why does it not like it? Main window. Okay. An object reference is required for a non-static field. Oh. That's weird. No. That's weird. Weird as hell. Oh, we've got to pass the control in. So we just need to pass the control in. Tranceiver mode label. Yeah. Okay, so get rid of that. Get rid of that. And that. And that. Okay, so just got to change the mode twice. No, it's actually going to toggle it, so we need to do it. So we can move the one off the button and put it on the top. Yeah. Okay. So we don't need that at all. We just need to change the way we're doing it. Right, so I could just pass in the name of the new control, which is up there, right at the top, somewhere around here. It's finding it right down the bottom. There it is. Okay, so we just pass that in for now. Okay, let's see what it does. It'll stop updating the other one and update this one, but do I need two? I don't need two. I will leave the label where it is. Same display, and we got what simulated waterfall. But we haven't changed mode yet, so we haven't initialized it, so station scope, it's not changing. So that is not changing, so why no? That's weird, isn't it? Tranceiver mode label. No? Why am I sending... No, that's not the right label. What am I talking about? Am I going crazy? Going crazy. It's not the right one. What did I do with it? Default canvas, it's down here. There it is. I'm actually going insane. That's not the right label at all, that is. Right, let's try it again. So, press that, station scope, filters, CW decoder. I suppose that could just live up here, couldn't it, really, out of the way. But that would suggest this is that, but it's not when it's this bit is that. Or you could say, well, it is the mode of the system, current mode of the transceiver mode, yeah. That's a test, so I could do without that in there until I don't know if I need the test now. No, might not need that test because I was trying to make it into a user control. Let's just scrap that idea, I think. It's only handy because I can make this up out of one control instead of two just reduce the store, you know, the amount of programming, or yeah, should make a reusable components really. So obviously this is still not changing the mode properly. So I've got it works when you turn the radio off. Right, so let me change that back to SSB. Right, so we won't touch the VFO, we're on B there. So go back, we're on A, so I've got to change that back again. Got to get that working, so that's got to get working as well. Right, so let's do a scan. I don't know whether to jump, do an alpha kilohertz jump steps. Maybe you need to do it every 250, quarter of a kilohertz. It's a weird modulation. Right, let's sort the CW out then. We haven't done filters yet, so this needs to change a little bit, so let's do that next. Yeah, we'll sort that out next. Right, let's sort that out next. So we'll go down to the tab and we'll take that off there. Go down to CW. That's filters, CW. So we'll make this one the new one. Doesn't matter what you do there, you always get that wrong. Is selected. Yeah, that's fine. Right, so we want to bring the whole thing down a bit. Stack panel. So we just put a stack panel in there. Very crude at the minute. So we've got some kind of thing to see if we're scanning, so we need to do that. So we'll come down 70. That's probably okay there. We'll go across a bit. A bit more. And a bit more. Okay, and that'll do for that. And we want to do the text block. We want it white. White, is white okay? Yeah, white. Font size 24. It's a bit big, but it doesn't matter. Text wrapping. Okay. And when it gets to a certain size, we've got to clear the screen. Or do it manually for now. Okay, that's that sort. It's got no border to it. So the main one is going to be simulated waterfall. So what we need to do is go back up to the top here. First item, which is main, so we want to call that simulated waterfall. Okay, that ought to do the trick. So you got, we can elaborate on this as well. Station scope, and then we've got filters. That can stay the filters. Digital noise, DNR, and filters. Now it doesn't like the and. I've got to somehow cancel it off. How do you do that? I've got to somehow tell it. Let's just right. Let's ask. So we're going on a tag item tag. C# W pronunciation. So a tab item tag. How to write a and into tag ampersand. So we want that. Oh, not all that. Don't come that with me. Right. Right, so is that enough? I think we get rid of that. Yeah. Let's try it. So it should come up. When we go to filters, you say digital noise reduction and filters. Is it part of the same thing? I don't know. Maybe. So simulated waterfall. Station scope. Right, so we do need the space in it. We need the space. There we go. Yeah, it won't let you put an and in on its own. It doesn't like it. Right. So noise blankers and filters. I don't know. So we go. Yeah. Simulated waterfall, but we're stuck on this one at the minute. Alright, let's not make that one. Let's go back up here to. Go down to CW decoder, take that off. Go back to the main one. Simulated waterfall. That's it. Right, okay. Run that up, and so we also have a grid, really. A simulated waterfall grid. So we're on simulated waterfall and station scope, digital noise reduction, filters, and CW decoder. And we've got test. Could do without doing test. Yeah, I'm getting rid of test, aren't I? Because I said that we weren't going to bother with test. So let's get rid of test. Take test out of it. And it's just that toolbar there, so I could just get rid of it. Take that tab item out, and it's gone now. Right, we'll come back to that another day. It might not like it if it's not there. Let's try building it. I think I did it all in code, so it should be fine. All in XAML, so it was okay to get rid of it. Right, I keep dragging that up there, so I don't know why. So simulated waterfall, you can't see anything. We could do with some graphics here, really. That does look odd now there. It's not lined up, but then if I line it up, it looks like it's all squashed up. So maybe I'll put this up the top. Yeah, we'll put that up the top, and then it'll take your eye away from that. Let's do that. Alright, let's get back up here. If we can find it. I've got to scroll up a load of this stuff. Right, where did I put it? Function mode label, is that the one? No, that's level. Tab control description, let's move that up. Let's get it up the top. Right, move it up a bit more. Bit more. Is that good? No, it's okay, but it can come over a bit now, can't it? And a bit more. What's that like? A little bit more. Okay. Right, okay, is that good? That'll do. Okay, so it's a bit of a weirdness, but yeah, never mind. Right, let's build this up and give it have a play with it for a bit, and then knock it on the edge. Come up to 3 hours. So let's just run it through, make sure we haven't got any weirdness. We've got that. We've got to decide what we're going to do with that fast slow thing there. That thing there. So I don't know what to do with it. I suppose we could put it over here somewhere. Change it to one of these. So maybe we can have some more of these. Need to get rid of it out of the way. That's the only thing that's annoying me now. Let's do that now then, before we drop off for the night. So fast, slow, where do we put it? We've got to find it now. That's why I call everything after a name of what it does. Because imagine if you just call it some weird variable, you never find it again. Right, so it's got to be near the top. It's finding it. Fast normal, there it is. So we're on, I think we'll copy one of the borders. So we need to find something that we can bring up the top there. Right, so clarifier, no, it's not that one. Tab control, that's not that one, because we want a coloured one. So it's not that one. Function mode, no, it's not that one. That one will do, or that, yeah, that one. So that one, yeah, that one. So copy that up to the top. Gotta find, there it is, fast normal. So I'll just pop that in there. So we're gonna okay, that can stay as it is. It's just a bit of graphics, so we need to get to it to make it visible or not. So we'll swap the name over there, and where we put it we don't really care, and the label has to say fast and normal, or FST. Have we got a fast normal? I think we press fast, it comes on, if we take it off it goes there, so we just need, should we say fast or FST? Let's just say fast. Right, so we need that there. We don't need the name of it, and we don't. Right, so everything else can stay the same, that can go. Right, and we need to move it back a bit, so oh, it's right up there, top 30. Actually, it's in the wrong place now. We need to bring it down into a different canvas now, down with the rest of the controls, away from all that lot, away from all that lot, yeah, and function menu, no, away from that. Right, there's your tab control. No, we've gone too far. Border, extension settings. No, that's the... we've gone the wrong end, I think. Yeah, we need to go... function menu. So this is it. Right, there it is. Oh, that's your bar graph. No. Ah, sub-frequency. Yeah, so we want to go under that one there. That's where we want to go. I'll put them in the same sequence so you can try and find them better. Right, so we've got fast. The background colour, we want it something else. It just shows you a black background on here, so... anyway, we'll sort that out. Let's put the position right. So, let's make it a different colour. I don't know what colour. What indicates fast? I don't know. Leave that for a minute. So let's get it in position. So we'll go over a bit. Okay, let's just have a look. Not quite. That's not bad. It's actually not too bad, is it? Right, so I'll leave it there. I don't like too much grey and white, so what else can we do? Don't know. So grey, I don't know. What's a good colour? Dodger blue. It'll be the same as the USB then. Purple, don't know. Oh, I don't know what to. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just try anything. Can't have green, so we're gonna have. I don't know. Let's just choose one. What about beige? Oh, that's not beige. That's aquamarine. Beige. Is beige okay? It's not bad. Let's just give it a black writing now. Let's overwrite the label. So we go foreground. Let's have it black. Okay, and we're somehow, I don't know why we're yeah, italic. That must have been, I copied it from something. Fast. That's okay. It's a bit wider than we need. Does it need to be that wide? I'd have to override the width. Let's change the width then. I don't know, let's say 60, 50, 40. What's that like? That's not bad, I suppose. Let's move it over a bit. Fast. Okay. That'll do. Right, okay, we can always move that another day, so at least it's out of the way. Right, let's just go through all the menus and stuff. There's loads of work to do on it, but just make sure it looks something like. Right, so we still haven't made this functional yet, so we can still replace the screen with that. We can click. Oh, can't click anymore. So we've got to sort that back out again. We can scroll. we've lost the ability to click. So once we're on there, we can't scroll either. So there's a routine there that we need to put back. So the knob, we need to go to this function. Right, so we've got to put a return in, haven't I? Somewhere I've told it to return off it. Now, where is it? Oh, I moved it out of there and I put it into something. Knob area, right, put it somewhere. So, input knob, change the function menu. I think I put it in there. No, didn't put it in there. No, it wasn't part of that. It was somewhere where there was a click. Here it is. Right, I don't know where I put it. I was working on that and I forgot. Put it somewhere. So we've got selection knob. Alright, it's not that one. It's not that one. It must be these. No. That's the preview mouse wheel, so no, it's not. It's not anything to do with this, it's the actual function, yeah, so I'm in the wrong bit. So I think it was function menu, yeah. Left mouse button down, that was it. No, mouse wheel, that was it. Wouldn't let me mouse scroll either. Oh, there it is, the bit about returning. Yeah, put that in. So let's take that out a minute. See if we can get it back functioning again. And I think that was the bit there. Right, so click that and you can click. No, can't click. Right, so we can do that, but we can't click. Now, maybe it's not enabled, although it's visible. Don't quite get that. If the function selected menu item is not equal to the switch value, return. I don't get it. So that's not doing it. Right, so I must be on. I'm sure I put that in last. Left mouse button down, so we're getting to this bit. I'm not sure. Don't know. That's strange. Since I moved it out of the tab, didn't I? That's what it was. When I moved it out of the tab, I can't click. I can scroll, but then I can't do that. So why is that? That's a weird one. Right, let's find it. Let's find the bit. That's the selection knob, so it's not the bit we're looking at. Rig canvas, we need the function area, which is down. Function F button, no. Right, somewhere down here. Here it is, function menu. So what it says, it's hidden, but I make it visible. And right, so we've got border, left mouse button down. Okay. Right, so left mouse button down. So back to this bit again. So we've got a bit of a current debug. So let's see if it's reading this function. See if it's actually debugging. So I go onto there and I click there. No. So either it's there must be something over top of it, some transparent form over top of it. So let's come out of that. No, let's go out of that. Oh, that's the one that returns. So hang on. Let's go into that one and then press that. Oh. I think, yeah, I must have a must have something over top of it. So we've got, maybe it's filter. I don't quite get it. Yeah. That's a strange one. So it's not recognising that. We're on current debug. So it's never getting to this function here. I'll try it again. It's never getting there off the click, so it's obviously not processing mouse clicks. No, it would have stopped by now and asked me to continue. So we must have put in, inadvertently put a transparent thing tab over it. Although, yeah, maybe let's try it again. I'll try click the top area. No, I can't click any of that. So it's not processing. Oh, it did say something there though. What did it say? I saw something come up then when I went. Triggered via fast click thresholds. Okay. No, there's nothing being processed. There must be an invisible canvas over top of it. So if we put a canvas, we have got a canvas, but the canvas must be covering the whole thing. So what we need to do is click on there. So we've got tab control canvas. Well, that's the main canvas for the tab, and it's occupying the whole area. Right, so that's the problem. We need to bring that tab control down. So let's make the background pink. Wasn't a problem before, but that's why we can't get through it. So we need to drop it down, let's say 190. But we shouldn't have to, but we've selected it, so there could be controls on it. So we need to take out that, make it hidden, so we're not making that hidden at the right time. Yeah, that's what it is. We need to hide not the tab control canvas. I know what it is, it's because we've moved it up. we've moved the function out and up. So what we need to do, yeah, so we leave that alone. Leave that alone. Okay, and all we got to do is tell it to when the functions that disable this canvas, but the tab control is part of the main window now. Oh no, but not when the functions are on. Yeah, so I've just got to tell it to turn that off. Yeah, I think it's telling, because we've moved it, it's telling the old system. Right, so content, this is the click. No, it's when we click the button, when we actually do the button here. This is the bit we need to change. And it's the bit here, that's the mouse wheel. That works, so we don't need to change that. When we click it down, we need to, this is it. Right, so preview mouse up, so we click it, killed, so here somewhere. If it's not equal to a function menu, then default canvas visibility, hidden, tab functions visibility visible. So we're not, let me just paste that in. Right, so it's that one we want to make hidden, and we could do that one as well. Oh yeah, oh right, okay, so yeah, just need to make that hidden. And then when down here we need to make it visible again, not that one. So we need to make it visible after we come out of the tab control. Okay, that should fix it, as long as we're not setting it back anywhere else. Selection knob, canvas, scroll knob, oh yeah, blur canvas, right. Okay, let's see if we get a click out of it this time. Going over the time again. Got to knock it on the head in a minute. Right, so we go function. Oh, it's on. Yeah, it actually ran it, but I put a stop condition on it, so it's back to running it again. That's fine. So just a simple thing as some transparent. If I'd have had something in there, yeah, it occupies the whole area, but it's transparent. So now I can, yeah, scroll as well. That's fine. Come out. Got the 40 watts, 65 watts. That's it. So we're back to this again. Okay, now we can scroll down there. Now if we somehow tick that one, it takes us back to level. That's fine. Yeah, that's all good. So this one's just stuck on display, it's not being toggled anymore. So function display, so yeah, you could leave that there I suppose. So let's have a scan. So because the function's on level, if we rotate this, it should alter the level. Come up with a little bit of a thing and then disappear after so long. Well, that is totally dead, isn't it? 20 meters is dead. Well, is that dead? Sometimes it misses them if they're like on 250, 250, whatever it is, cycles. So I need some little buttons here. So we highlight it. Well, that button sends it over to there. You can't send it twice. It's already in the list, so you've got to choose a new one. Right, let's do a different one. I'll have to alter the threshold a bit. Right, let's try again. I still need to get rid of that glitch. Let's try and take some morse. See if there's any morse. Right, let's have a look down here. Okay, so we've got some morse there. Let's go over to CW filter, let's start it off. Turn the fan off a minute. Get some quiet. Turn it up. Oh, we're not in CW. That's better. Can't find any CW. They've gone to bed for the night. I should use a Z in, but I don't know where they are. That's fast, isn't it? Very fast. I'll switch the FT-710 on. Switch the antenna. Let's see if we can find some. With this, with the waterfall. Right, let's change the mode. Where's the band on this? I can't remember now. No, that's not it. I can't remember how to operate it. No, that's the noise blanker. Oh, it's this one. Right, CW. I missed it. Oh, there's a nice sound coming out of it. Let's just clear that and start again. Got the CQ out of it. Let's choose narrow band, hang on. Which one is it? No, that's not it. I can't remember. Oh. No, noise blanket, clarifier. No, I'll swap the VF out. No, I forgot how to use this. Function. No. Let's try to turn it up. Let's try and find someone else. See if there's anyone else on. No, let's try. That's all noise. Hang on, let's try. You can't see what's going on here. Let's go to 14. Stopped. Right, that's not happening, is it? So anyway, switch that one off, back to this one. Yeah, shame. So it's a pity I haven't got a Morse code oscillator here. I could send some and see if it can. I wonder if there's a tool. Just download one or build one in here, a little keyer that sends a beep out. And you'd be using the tool to keyboard or something to press the button, type their code out, and then picking itself up to decode it out through the speaker, the microphone. It's a strange one. Anyway, let's crack on. Turn that off, and so the simulated waterfall. So still don't know what these are. Station scope, it doesn't tell you what this one is. Anyway, I think I've had enough for today. Yeah, I've had enough. So we tidied the screen up. Okay, so I mean, we tidied the screen up. Oop. So once we set that, we need the ability to overwrite that or add it straight into here. Yeah, put it into there. So however that gets added into there, when we click that, if we're selected on there but it's not the frequency is not equal to it, and we've pressed that, then it'll put that frequency in instead of this one. So that's a little bit of a logic we could do. Yeah, that'll be nice. Let's just think about the logic. Is it easy enough to implement? So let's say that again. It sounded good the first time I said it. So the selected item, we get the frequency, and we compare this VFOA frequency. If it's slightly out or different to that, we add that to the list instead of that one, because we've tuned, because we might not have picked up it's like in between the frequency. So let's do that now. That'll be more useful then. So it's just so we can switch. So the minute we've put that one in, well, we haven't put that one in. If I put that one in, we'll be not tuned in right, so we need to go to there. So we need to, whichever frequency we got in, if we're selected, it overrides it. Anyway, that's for another day, I think. Yeah, that's for another day. So it's looking okay. Let's just close it down and run it on its own. We've got to find an icon for it at some point. All this, so I'm doing all this, I forgot this was running as well. So the poor old rig, the radio's been trying to decode while that's still got a microphone enabled as well. So we've got no icon for it yet, so we're going to have to create an icon for this. So if it does that, if it comes out with too many, you just got to up the threshold and try again. If it starts counting everything it's looking at, then it's just noise. So go again, and if there's anyone strong in there, that's a glitch from the VFO changing. Alright, so it didn't find a lot, did it? So I've got to, swap these banks out. So I've swapped these for some new frequencies. Anyway, it's late and it's getting a bit dead on the old airwaves. So we've got sort of an AB, needs to be fixed. Works when the rig's not running, but it's not sending the right mode info over to the radio. It is sending some, but it's VFO. Yeah, we're gonna have to sort that out. So that changes. So we're gonna have to work on the filters to bring all them up into the CW. That's fine at the minute. Just leave that as it is. Oh, that's not changing. Why didn't that change then? Ah, so there's a problem there. It's not. It should have gone back to. Oh, I know what it was. Because we've left in the test. We've left in. That's the wrong one. There you go. Right, so we're on the wrong progress. Where are you? Where's it gone? Oh, hang on. Have I not closed that down? That's what it is. So I've got to open this up again. I'll go to that one. It's getting late in the day, isn't it? Right. So I'll just fix that one program because we just took some out of the system. Is it that? No, that's not it. Where did we put it? This one here. Yeah, test. We don't no longer. We got a test, but there is no test. We took it out. So we get rid of test for now then. So once we get to test decoder, we go back to main. Yeah, we took a few out of there. So let's get rid of that. Back to main. Okay, that should do the trick. Let's just make sure. So every day we try and leave it in a working state. Not fully working, but at least there's no weirdness. So we go station scope, the digital noise reduction and filters, CW decoder, simulated waterfall, back to the start again. So we've got 1, 2, 3 and back. So we've got to fill in all this bit. This is got to have some buttons and the start frequency, the end frequency and the step, what you want to scan. So we're going to have some buttons and start and end frequency here, and we've got the button up there to add it. Right, that's the filters, all that's got to be filled in. This one left alone for a bit. Simulated waterfall. So I needed to get all this in line away from the rest to start doing the simulated waterfall. So we're going to need some buttons down here, similar to the FT-710, that sets the span, and I suppose where the center frequency is. Yeah, similar to the, yeah, we've got all that to do. So the level, let's try the level. So we can scroll around, we can pinpoint. We can only adjust the RF power at the minute. That's the only thing I've adjusted. No, that's only going up to 40 because It's probably AM, which it is. Look, they're both on AM at the minute. So if I change that to SSW or FM, SSB, yeah, so now we should be able to go up to 90. Actually, it's already gone to 90, so yeah. So it can go up and down. Let's go to 100. There we go. Okay. So yeah, and then we could tell it to record and play and all this kind of stuff. AES doesn't got an AES, but whether we can do something there, I don't know. With audio tone or something instead. I've got mic, EQ, Vox. This is all. I didn't realise until I sort of looked at it. That's all to do with the microphone, isn't it? Really. And the way the microphone sets up. Then you got your RF power, your monitor level. I don't know what monitor level is. I've got to work that out. That's not. Is that AF? Don't know what that is. Monitor level. It's not level, is it? Key is grayed out because it detects if you put a key in. CW speed and pitch, so maybe we could do something with them. Yeah, you can actually set the pitch on your radio. I've seen it on the FT-891. You can set what pitch you're trying to close into. CW speed, maybe you can set that as well. BK delay, that must be something to do with the break delay, 200 milliseconds. So it must have, I don't know, maybe it does something with the keyer and quantizes your keying or something, don't know. Or automatically generates the dits and the DARs based on your keyer breaking. Yeah, I don't know half of this stuff is. You got to mess around with your Morse to work out what all that is. So you got your recordings, Vox, and you got, this is just display stuff, colour and contrast, dimmer, marker on, it's peak and level. It's all to do with your waterfall display, I think. Yeah, it is. And then your memory groups. So if you click that, obviously it'll have to bring up a load of memories that you can, all based off the AB, you know. So yeah, I mean, half the stuff I've never used it. And then you've got all this radio settings, CW settings, operation settings. So you can bring up your CW stuff to go with that decoder as well, and display setting, extension. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff here. So I'm not sure how good it is to keep it looking the same layout. And I've just got confused now because I'm on my 891 and the AF gain is at the top left and the function switch to bottom left. And on the FT-710 the AF gain is on the bottom right and the function is in the middle, so it's already got me flummoxed going from one radio to the next. So yeah, it's a bit of a wild one, isn't it? A wild one. Anyway, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll quickly set up, come out of that. This changes when you transmit, so let's go on to 28 megahertz. Get onto an FM channel. Hang on. Let's get on to 28. That'll do. Tell you what, let's just go somewhere on a known channel. So we're on FM, so if I bring the... Now notice this meter, it's not tracking FM. It's still reading. Now I'm wondering it's because I've left the VFO right up. So if I go to SSB and turn that down before I switch, it's a weird one on these. Turn that down before I switch. Right, turn the RF gain off. Right, all the way down, and then switch to FM. Welcome. Let me just set this to FM. Okay, so it is there. It's just that what I've got to do is set the RF gain down to nothing. Or yeah, so we can bring in the FM signal. Otherwise, the FM signal is just maxed out. So I've got sniffles now. Ugh. Right. Let's just welcome in. And 3K. Oops, hang on. Doing that wrong. That's it. Right, let's just try and welcome every everyone in. Yeah, when they come in. So when did the YAESU come out with the 891S? Yeah, so it's a the 891S is this software. S for software, and it's a software front end. It's not a real radio, but it just works on your old FT-891. It'll probably work on other things, some of the cat commands, but anyway, we're just making a nice software front end to try and modernize the radio. So what I'm going to do is just get onto. I'm just going to show the LED function on it. So what's the wattage? 5 watts. That'll do. G7UIV test only. G7UIV test only. Yeah, so when you're on FM, all the light levels. No, YAESU never came out with anything. It's just me. There is no S. Well, there will be when I finish this as a software version. You plug it into your 891 USB port. You run it on your Windows computer or laptop, and it works with computer aided transceiver. So CAT commands, CAT for short, sends data back and forward through like a printer lead, serial lead, backward and forward to your radio. So yes, it's just a play on. It's just a software thing. Yeah. I used to say in my thumbnail YAESU FT-891S. I took out the YAESU and just got FT-891S. But the YAESU logo is still there. But so if I get any complaints, I'll just take it off or call it a Yaku or something. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they'd complain. I don't know, but I mean it's open source. So and I'm making it for myself, and I'm going to put it out there. Anyone can use it if they've got one of these radios. You know, if they use it and find it of use, then they can always buy me a coffee. I'll put a lot of hours in. I don't know how many hours it is. I could add them all up, but it's already a lot of hours. So, and I've already got a better radio anyway. I got an FT-710 it's fully featured with all this stuff in. So, why am I doing it? I bought an 891 to take on holiday, basically. Just get down there by the beach. Portable, try some portable operation on it. So I do want to do below here a transparent area, then an extra piece with all the stuff for the QRZ. So whatever you're on, you can quickly log a contact. So we are going to have a settings. We're going to have to have a settings. So we're going to have to get to the end and get to the settings, where you can set the COM port, browse for COM port, and set whatever you need to set. You know. So you just pick out. I can make it scan for one, so you can plug it in, or just give you a list of all the COM ports. Yeah. So, I was going back to FM on this. When you transmit, the power levels stay static because you're constantly transmitting. Let's just do it now. Ready? See that? See the compression. Hello 1 2. So there's no compression. So now that's either because I'm not updating the screen anymore since I've stopped, or you don't get it. If I change to sideband, let me just bring it down. Let's bring it down below here somewhere like that. I'll change it to sideband. See if the compression still works. I might have lost that feature. So we're on 100 watts. We don't want 100 watts, so let's just bring it down to 5 watts while we're testing. So here we go. G7UIV test only. Test. G7UIV test only. Yeah, so they're all active when you're in sideband. Some FM, some of them stuff doesn't work. Compression doesn't work. Don't know why. Don't know if it does. I'll have to try it on the real radio. G7UIV test only. Test only. It's saying the SWR is good, but can that be true? G7UIV, no, it's quite high. So I've got to put the tuner on. Let's try it out. Right, let's. G7UIV test only. Test. So that's made it worse. Let's tune it. Oh, I'm just doing a quick tune. I've got the FC-50. G7UIV test only. Test. That's better SWR. That's much better SWR. G7UIV test only. Yeah. Anyway, that about wraps it up. So yeah, FM does some strange stuff to it. So we've got so much to add. We've got to be able to swap that from the radio and the wattage. Now whether we click there and change it, probably not, because you don't want to knock it by accident. So we've got RF power level. So it'd be nice to be able to do the same thing with band. Well, you got your band button there, so yeah. So we click that. At the minute it's not doing anything, just animated. So we need to bring up the band. So it'll open a little window. I don't know, I suppose you pick it, just click, they'll be all there, just click it. As soon as you click it, it comes straight out, and then it updates this. That should be easy enough to do. Yeah, you have to be 100 hours. Yeah, I don't know. I tell you what, that's just, I was going in a bit, like I was going, yeah, so we just fixed that, so that's fine. Let's close this down and run the radio on its own. So I still need an icon for this as well. Let's just, yeah, so 100 hours, I don't know, let's have a look. It will work it out if I log in. I'll ask it. I can ask the AI side of YouTube, and it'll add it all up. But yeah, some of the stuff, the Amiga case, 65 episodes on an Amiga case. Anyway, it's getting close to 4 hours now, so we'll knock it on the head. I've got to try and have a rest before tomorrow. Back on a job tomorrow. On a Friday, travelling, so it's not good, but anyway. Yeah, so if I can keep this from being broken every time I finish, what I will do at the end of the stream, I will upload it to a GitHub repository, and I will have to make a release version of it. Yeah, I can make a release version of it. It'll be open source, so you can find out if there's any malicious code in it or anything like that. You can look at the code. Anything closed source, you only got the company who created it to go off, so you let the community look through the code and they decide, and hopefully they will make some changes, add some features, fork off the repository and find, you know, put some updates in and whatever, request me to add it to the main system if I like it, if it looks okay, not too dodgy, then yeah. So basically, if you've got a Visual Studio, if you downloaded it, you can open it up and start messing with it, but be careful, you could break it. One false move somewhere on a variable, and yeah. So anyway, right, I think that's going to be it for today. So all this is just trial stuff really. We're using it as a trial. We're trying different things. So this simulated waterfall is going to be interesting. So I'm going to make it look like the FT-710's waterfall. We're going to have a timeline where it goes down, and as it scans the start and the end of the what's it called? I forgot what they call it now. What's it called? What's it called? Span. That's it. So we've got to create center. Now 3D SS. Do we want a 3D? Maybe we want a 3D. I'll settle just for anything for now. Multi. No, I don't think we're going to need a multi where it shows you everything going on. Not yet. Expand. Maybe expand. So yeah, we've got to sort that out. So we'll show you full size for now. Span. So you can choose the span. Same kind of thing as the mode. Speed. You could alter the speed, yeah. You could make the speed, make it faster, slower. Center cursor fixed or centered, and then yeah, clarifier, split. And you could split the receive and that. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. So it actually, be surprised. It actually does it does look a little bit like the FT-710 display. Even though there's some bits missing, like center, fast 3, span. So they've put some little flag labels under here to tell you what you're on. So your span is 50 kilohertz, so you know straight away. Yeah, so that could all be put into the waterfall side of it. So I've just noticed Moni is coming up. FT-710's in CW mode, and there's a label called Mon. Is that nothing to do with that? Probably just somewhere it puts it. So it just puts stuff anywhere it can get it, really. It's not related. I don't think it's related to it. So we're going to simulate exactly the graphics on this 710 for the waterfall, but what we're going to do, the waterfall here, after a period of idleness of nothing happening, if it sees that the signal strength has fell below a certain amount, if it sees activity, we can do a hold off timer on it. So every time it sees the needle go up and down over a certain threshold, it can hold off continuing to do a simulated waterfall. So if it drops low on the band you're on, if the channel suddenly goes quiet, nothing's happening, it will actually just default after whatever settings you set it to go and sweep the span, whatever you set the span to, and if it sees anything, it's a bit like this bit here where it scans it. Let's just see if there's anything on. Oh, I'm on the wrong mode, aren't I? What am I on? FM. Let me just change. Yeah, so we're gonna have to tell it to, when we do that, to change the mode. We've only just introduced the mode into it, so I've got to switch it from the radio and Matt's SSB. Right, so let's just give that a scan. So the level's about a 6, so anything over a 6 will be okay. So scan. I'm saying it's an 8. Yeah, so we can stop that and just knock it up. Oh, sorry, knock it up to 8. Start again. What you want is just a few coming up. So I've got some calibration. I've calibrated the meter. I haven't calibrated the bar graph and the label here. I've done it all in one go, so we're going to have to create a control that puts a label, so we can move these up and down pixel accuracy. Because the minute I've put a space in, just for quickness, and a space, and that occupies an exact, you know what I mean? So I can't get the scale right. But I'll have to create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, well, 8 labels, and position each one separately, independent of the others, so I can space them to the right calibration. So let's have a look down here. Nothing going on there. Let's try this one. So they should stop and then carry on. You need to find your noise floor. So I could probably do a pre-sweep, and it averages out and says, right, your noise floor is whatever it thinks it is, the mean value, and automatically sets the threshold. So I wonder how many 891s were sold. I'll be interested to see how many are out there. Work out whether it's a niche thing or not. I mean, there's got to be a lot sold, I would have thought. They're still selling them, Martin Lynch and Son. 649 quid at the last time I checked. I was going to buy a brand new one, but from what I'm slinging it around, I thought, might as well just get a used one, and I've got to worry too much if it gets knocked about.
Tranceiver und hier fast jeder OM auch irgendwie ein Wasserfall und dann wird auch.
Right, so you can see we've already got some of these in there.
Die meisten von uns sind auch keine HF-Ingenieure.
And I've seen the cap control to see if your tuner's on and off. Switch your tuner on and off. So we'll want one of those for the tuner as well.
Stadtteil bei Jüterburg da, die Ecke, ne? Also das da. Und auch natürlich in Berlin. Von daher bin ich da hin und wieder auch mal und auch sehr, sehr gerne. DL4PA, DL1 Romeo Echo Mike.
So I get it a bit more advanced. Get these buttons working. Obviously AF and RF gain. Some of this stuff's, that's the wrong information. Get some of this memory stuff working and the band, and some of this other clarify maybe, I don't know. It's going to be a while, but and I could just put it out as a beta. It's not really a finished thing at all. And there's no current way of setting the COM port. So it could do it from an XML file, it reads it in a setup file, or a database. So when you first run it, it'll ask you to pick it. Anyway, right, okay, so yeah, it's going to be interesting. So I've got to do a few hours when we can, and hold down the day job. Don't forget the day job. Okay, so what are we going to work on the next one? Are we going to do the simulated waterfall, or is that jumping in? We haven't got the basics done yet. I'll tell you what, we'll do a mix. If I was to go and do all the basics, it'll be like weeks of boring, trivial stuff. So every now and again, like the CW, I'll bring in. We've got the station scope. We've got this is trivial stuff, but need to have it. CW encoder. That's nice. Be nice to be able to use the keyboard to play a sound and have the decoder decode it, which seems crazy, but it'll come out the speaker and then it'll go back into the microphone. Yeah, so all I've got to do is play a tone, generate a CW tone. I think we'll do that on this screen. You'll have a practice setting. So on the top it'll tell you what to send, and underneath it'll tell you what it's received. So what use that is, I don't know, but you'll hear the tones coming out, you'll play the tones, and you can see whether this is receiving it. I don't know. There's other tools, obviously a plethora of tools for this. I haven't checked, but there'll be loads and loads of tools for Morse code. I even wrote one years ago on a 386 laptop. That was in a DOS thing, just a DOS. Probably Quick Basic or Q Basic or something. Could have been Turbo Pascal, but I don't think so. Yeah, it could have been Turbo Pascal. I was writing that at that time, yeah. Anyway, I took it down to somewhere I was working. Put it on a computer, and there's a couple of amateur. Well, there's an amateur guy down there, and I showed it him a long time ago. When was that? Got to be 1993. Yeah, 93. I've no idea if I still got it anywhere, but it'll be very easy to reproduce now. No problem at all. Anyway, we've gone past the 4 hours by 10 minutes, so that is going to be it for now. So let's shut that down, bring back the thumbnail. So random UI works. Yeah, I actually did what the thumbnail said. So that's the old one. We've obviously got a load more on since. So the next thumbnail will be the new one, which will be that one there. Yeah. Anyway, it looks good to me. A lot of people have said they like the look of it, so I think I need to have a little something here that drops down the fields for QRZ. So you drop down some kind of little button that says log, and it opens up this, not attached to it, but sort of floating in mid-air. and you just it automatically populates your mode, your frequency, and then when you put your call sign in, it'll try and look it up, just like the modern software does, bring it in from QRZ, and maybe some details, the name of the person, whatever the location, that kind of stuff. I'm sure it's possible. Whether you've got to pay a subscription to the service, I don't know, whether it's free. I should have thought it would be a free service, but I'll have to check. Anyway, so that's going to be it now for tonight. So catch you all on the next one, and bye for now. I'm out of here.
Just find the right place in the program, make the appropriate change, and we'll run the whole thing again.
Speech is still very complicated. Music is simpler.
Is that a question?
Yes.
The question is futile.
My interpretation of the data leaves little room for error. The art of leadership is delegation.
That information is not available. This constitutes all available data.
You know what they say, no good deed goes unpunished.